Matchday Live, the buildup.
With Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
There you go, voice of the Toon Army. Welcome to NUFC Talk Radio, Matchday Live with Toon Twins, Tim and Peter. We are live on DAB radio across Newcastle and Gateshead, on YouTube as well, and also on the website nufcradio.com. So Newcastle play Qarabag in the second leg of the Champions League playoff round this evening, and we go into the game 6-1 up after the first leg. So yeah, obviously Peter's on the show as usual with myself, and we may well have another guest coming on as well. So we'll see about that soon enough. But yeah, tonight it's a very unique game at St James's tonight. There's a lot of things we'll be going into. Is it a team selection issue in terms of it's more about who we're going to play rather than the results? Could it be an exhibition match in a way? But you would expect Qarabag to turn up maybe a bit more in this game, this leg. And is it a game to get some players in a personal form, but also get the youngsters in the team as well? So we'll certainly see. How are you doing, Peter?
Yeah, doing all good. Newcastle United in the Champions League always sounds good.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Fourth campaign, and I'm sure there's a fifth around the corner at some point soon enough. We'll see. So before we get into the game, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. It's totally free. Hit the like button and also get involved in the live chat. We do want to hear your thoughts. To give a super chat as well, or give a super chat if you can, because that will guarantee your comment being read out. As well, don't forget to become a member by joining NT TV Plus for $5.99, which includes all member perks and exclusive content in one place. And supporting the channel really helps us to deliver daily Newcastle United content. And again, if you are listening on the radio, we are also live on YouTube, where you'll see plenty of opinions coming in. Okay, so let me just go through a few comments here. So we've got David Spence in the building. Hello, Tim and Peter. Yeah, David, good to see you, mate. We've got Matt's in there, Matt Bullman, big up, guys. And we've got Choppy in there. Hiya, crew. Choppy is in the host. Yep, good to see you all. So, yeah, we've got Mighty Mag there as well. So, yeah, let's get into it then. Because I've been thinking about the team tonight, because everyone's talking about this game really in regards to who would you play. You know, with regards to youngsters, other players coming back from injury.
Yeah.
Because the tie itself is one, really. So I'll come to you, Peter, and straight off the bat, I'm going to ask you, what would your team be?
Right. Well, I think first of all, definitely I'll play Ramsdale. And I think, I've said on this show a fair few times, I'd play him anyway, even in the Premier League. I think I would like to see him given a long run in the team. So, yeah, Ramsdale would come in for me tonight. I think for the defence, this is the tricky part, right? Because it's such a perfect game to rest players in that back line, given the fact that they've played so many games in a row. We're talking Chow, Trips, and Lewis Hall in particular. But I guess in that instance, if we're going to do that, you'd have to obviously start the youngsters, the under 21 players. I would. I think I would play. I would like to see Shahar. It depends. I mean, Lewis Hall. He looks a bit knackered. Ideally, you'd rest both Trips and Hall. And I think Murphy could play left back, couldn't he? Alex Murphy, that is. Robocop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could put them both in at full back. I'm not sure about centre halves. I don't know who we've got really who can come in. because I would like to give Chow a rest, but I think Burn will be all right. I think, Burn centre half will be fine. He doesn't necessarily need a rest, I don't think. So it may well end up being Chow and Burn again, centre half. Put it in the chat, lads and lasses, if you've got anyone in mind who you think could come in centre half tonight. I think midfield, we've got the right hand side. Let's say if we're going to play the kind of typical Eddie formation, let's just, for argument's sake, go with that. We've got the kind of right wing forward position, and you've got Elanga and Murphy there. I kind of called out Elanga last time I was on. I think he's still got a lot to prove. I would like to see something from him tonight if he plays. I probably would play him because for me, I would have Murphy in mind for Everton for Saturday. But I'd say to Elanga, look, just go for it. There's literally no pressure on tonight. Just, unleash yourself tonight against their fullback. And then in the left-hand side, you've got, you could play Barnes. I don't know, again, if we've got any youngsters who could play out there. Mm-hmm. But Barnes, I think, needs to get into his stride again. He's kind of went off the boil a little bit. Could actually be a good match for Barnes to hit his stride again tonight, maybe. So if he was left wing, you've got the three centre mids. Now, I don't know if you've seen any of Sam Alabi to me. And I've only seen clips. I've not actually seen him live, but I've seen bits and pieces of this kid who plays centre mid. He's only 16. He looks quality. He can spray the ball left or right. He's got a really good long range pass, sweet left foot. I'd be tempted to play him tonight and give one of the centre mids a rest. He probably won't. I mean, again, I think with Eddie, I think he's going to start a strong team. I think he might start one under 21 player, maybe at a push. But I feel like the majority of the changes are going to come at half time. And that's when you will probably see the likes of Shahar and Alex Murphy. But if it was me, I think, the centre mids, you've got Willock, you've got Ramsey, who came in, didn't he, against City? He came on as a sub? I think I'm right in saying that. Because it was Gnarly.
Ramsey started.
Oh, yeah, Willock was left, wasn't he?
Yeah, they were alternating. Yeah. Willock and Ramsey.
Yeah. So, again, do you risk one of them? Do you risk it? Because you've got Everton Saturday, massive match. Ramsey's doing really well. I like what I see. I think Willock has picked up. Obviously, Tonali, really important player. I can't tell you right now, who I would definitely drop out of them. I mean, maybe I would drop Ramsey. I think if I had to say here and now, drop Ramsey, bring him back in for Saturday. Up front, Sean Neve is chomping at the bit. And it would be good to kind of see him get a run out because he had something about him, I think, when he came on last week against Qarabag. I think he'll play Sula and he'll rest Anthony Gordon. And I can understand that. I think I can kind of see where he's coming from if that happens because, I think he's going to look to Gordon for the weekend as well. So those are the kind of changes I would be looking at for tonight. What do you reckon?
Well, I've got a rough idea as to what I would do, something in mind. I'm going to go through some of the comments here first, though, because a lot of people have mentioned the suspensions for tonight, actually. So, Matty Mag says, J7, Big Dan Burn are both one card away from missing the next game. So that's something to consider. And to coin a phrase, says Chiao is suspended. As well as Design Reload says Chiao suspended as well. Greg there says Burn, Botman, Chiao is out with suspension.
Okay.
So I'd need to clarify that. Obviously, I don't know if Burn himself is out with suspension, Certainly Botman, he was out with an injury. Is he fit? Would you throw him in anyway? So I think you can maybe rule Botman out either way. But certainly Chiao is out. We'll clarify if Byrne himself is definitely out as well. Hiya Trolls, good to see you in the building, mate. And I've got a few more comments here. So Simon Davies says, as a Man City fan, I have to say this. Newcastle 2 seasons ago were on the up. I'm not saying things I think are going bad, but you are not fighting the same. What's your average age of the squad right now? I mean, just quickly on that, that was the best performance we've put in at the Etihad for quite some time. So we're not doing as well as last season in regards to where we're going to finish, I don't think. But yeah, I think I do take encouragement from the performance itself at the Etihad. Coming back to tonight and the team, I'm thinking, like you, Ramsdale in goal. I would definitely play Shahar right back. Give Trips a rest, he needs it. Can't run him into the ground. He's been superb in the last few weeks. Absolutely brilliant. And we need him to preserve his energy for the weekend. Centre back with Thiago suspended, it's a really difficult one. This, if Byrne is available, then I'd be tempted to play Byrne and Alex Murphy, because Alex Murphy, he is a centre back cross left back, And I think even though Dan Byrne, he'll be right-sided centre back if that is the case, he can do that, And what better partner to learn from as a youngster than Dan Byrne, I would argue. So I think that would be great for Alex Murphy to slot in there. The only question then is, who on earth do you play left back if you want to rest Lewis Hall, which I think most of us really want to, because he deserves a rest. Again, we need to keep players fresh for these Premier League games coming up, and the other games as well, FA Cup and the next round of the Champions League. So yeah, it's so obvious that that Lewis Hall needs to have that rest. But who do you play? I was toying with playing wing backs and trying to just have maybe a hybrid, so you could have Byrne centre back and then either side of him, Shaw and Alex Murphy, as hybrid centre backs, if you like.
Mm.
And I mentioned this, and you raised a good point in that when you're playing youngsters, ideally you play them in their preferred position that they're totally used to, as a way of easing them into the team. And you don't want to throw any spanner in the works for them, because it's a big deal anyway to be starting the game. So I understand that as well. Again, I would say maybe though, with Dan Byrne at the heart of the defence, I think maybe those two could be marshalled quite well. Again, Alex Murphy can't play centre back, and if as Lewis, Shahar, he himself, could he do a role there? I think he probably could, but in the midfields, I mean, if we play the 3 midfields, it's an interesting one with Joe Linton, because it is the perfect game for him to start, isn't it, to get his fitness back up. But if he's 1 yellow card away from suspension, again, you'd be quite good, wouldn't you, if you got a yellow card in this and he misses the next one against either Barcelona or Chelsea. So you're walking a tightrope there, but what else do you do? I had in mind playing Joe Linton, Woltemade and Willock as the 3. And, taking Woltemade off after the first half, but just giving him a bit more time to get used to this midfield role in a game where he should have plenty of space and plenty of the ball. Up front, I think I would play Sula, because we need him to be sharp. We need him to be confident, and ideally with some goals under his belt in the running, because we need options off the bench, and that is exactly what he is. So if he can start this game, get a goal or two, play well, then against Everton, against Man United, he's a good weapon to bring on. So even though Sean Neve, I think I'd bring Sean Neve on, sometime in the second half. But that's what I'd have in mind down the middle, left and right. Yeah, I think I'd play Harvey Barnes, because he has been off it a little bit. Maybe he does need a rest, who knows? But I think for the first half, I'll play Harvey Barnes. It's a perfect opportunity to get into some form again, get back into his rhythm, get a goal or two, ideally. And right side, I think I would play Elanga, because I'd be having my eye on Murphy anyway for the weekends.
Yeah.
So again, Elanga, he's went off form a little bit in the last 2 games. A lot of it in his head is in his head, I think. And again, it's the perfect game for any player who's a little bit off it that way to get into the swing of things. So,
Mhm.
yeah, I'd say to Elanga, look, yeah, we're at home. We are better than these, obviously, 6-1 up. Don't think about it too much. Work your way into the game. Take on your fullback. Put some good crosses in, and also, get on the score sheet if possible. That's what I would have in mind, personally.
Mhm.
What do you think of that?
Yeah, I totally agree. And with regards to well, I'll come back to Elanga in a second, but Asula, I think you need to kind of justify as well the fact that they didn't sell him. They had an offer from Frankfurt.
Mm,
They could have sold him. And at the time, I remember thinking to myself, yeah, I'm glad they didn't sell him because it's a long season, lots of games. It's a crazy schedule when you're in all these competitions. So we're going to need players like him to come in now and again. But it's only that's no use if they're not going to actually make an impact when they do come in. So, and I wanted to see a little bit more from Asula this season. Um, so yeah, I think it's such a it's coming to crunch time. It's the business end of the season. I think, like you say, Asula's not going to be a starter for Newcastle, but there's probably going to be times in these games we've got coming up in the Premier League, Champions League, FA Cup, where he could come in handy. You want him to be someone who can be a super sub, who can be useful. So yeah, let's see something from him tonight. I
mm,
think with Elanga, I said on the last show, the shackles need to come off. I just feel like he tiptoes about too much. It's his body language, I think. Yeah, I mean Eddie Howe, I'm sure is doing all he can to kind of wring as much as he can out of Elanga, get the best out of him. But
mm,
I just feel like he needs to let loose a bit
mm,
compared to what we've seen so far. He's too timid, and yeah, he needs to let go a little bit and be more aggressive. He needs to show more aggression for me.
mm,
So yeah, definitely play him tonight. Definitely, like you say, 6-1 up. I mean, it's the perfect match for him. Like you say, confidence player. Well, yeah, like I've just said before, there's not really much pressure on tonight. We know really the game's done. So go out and enjoy it. Like you say, they got the home fans behind you.
mm.
Show them something. Give them something to sing about. But I'm sure they'll get behind him anyway. They've been chanting his name you know, all the time the last month or so, and I love that because I want to see it work. When I'm criticizing Elanga, I don't want to I'm not bashing him for the sake of it. I don't like to criticize him really because he seems like a really good lad, and I want it to work. So, but yeah, I just think he has to offer more. He has to show more. So hopefully he will tonight. And like you say, if he gets on the score sheet, that would be brilliant. Hopefully that'll help his confidence even more.
Yeah, 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 definitely. You say yourself, he seems like a good lad, and when he signed in the summer, he was saying all the right things. And obviously, a lot of people will say it's cliches, and every player says the same thing. But I do think he's really wanting it to work, maybe too much,
Mm.
in one way. And I think he maybe puts a lot of pressure on himself because it is a big move for him,
Yeah.
and you can see the pressure when he plays at times. And there's been a few occasions this season where he thought he's got over that, but then he's reverted back to these types of performances where it's very bitty, it's very on edge, and we do need to support him when he's out there and give him that encouragement. Nothing good will come from getting on his back, even though I know it's very frustrating. I know that when you're watching, he's not doing what you want him to do. So it's easy to say this, but I think when he's out there, yeah, give him a good Geordie welcome. And if he can turn things around, he will be a useful player for us because we really are going to need everyone in the squad to play their part if we are to finish the season strongly and make something of the season.
Yeah.
So we can't really have passengers, can we? And we can then assess in the summer with Elanga as to where we'll go from there. Um, but yeah, it would be great if you can produce something and it is the perfect game, no doubt about it, for him to do that tonight. Whether he will or not, it's like you've said yourself, Peter. You would have thought by now there would have been more glimpses that he will turn it around. So we'll have to see in the summer, and I think it'll be a case of do we persist? Do we take a hit? But let's see going forward. But I think Murphy is the one. I know he's been hit and miss at times as well. Murphy, hasn't he? And he's gave the ball away quite a lot in recent games when he's played. At the same time, for all that is the case with Murphy on the right, the fact is, he comes on against Qarabag and gets a goal. I know it's deflected, but he comes on and has a shot. He's brave in terms of making things happen, putting the cross in, having a shot from 20 yards. I'd rather a player did that and it went wrong than Elanga, who was playing within himself at times. So yeah, I think we've got to kind of, I would say, go with Murphy and back him as well. But I think we can trust Murphy to come up with the goods here and there a lot more. So he's got my trust in that sense. I'll just go through a few more comments here. So David Spence says Joe Linton on instead of Tonali. So that's interesting. So you're saying, David, that you would play Joe Linton and risk that yellow card? I mean, I understand. I know that's what my instinct was initially, to play Joe Linton to give Tonali a rest as well. But yeah, it is a dilemma. We've got Lee McFarlane there saying this game is a good stand-in for a training session, seeing as they are thin on the ground this season. Yeah, well, I really hope we don't get any injuries tonight, that's for sure. David Spence again says Asula on instead of Anthony Gordon. Yeah, I agree. And Anthony Gordon, no doubt he's doing well up front, and I think we need to preserve him. With our striking issues this season, he has turned out to be, for now, the best bet in terms of performance and in terms of the system. So there's no point whatsoever in risking him, in my opinion, tonight. And yeah, David goes on again to say a few more things here. You'd have Alex Murphy in for Lewis Hall. So keep your comments coming, people, and I will get to them. And as well, if you can't hit the likes, we've got 86 people watching. If you haven't hit the like, please do, just to support the channel and to help us grow. So I'm going to come to Nick Woltemade, the topic that's on everyone's lips, it seems, at the moment, if you're a Newcastle fan, because he's playing in midfield, basically. And I'm watching the games, and I was saying, wasn't it, like, ultimately, Woltemade, he isn't really playing as a 10. He is literally lining up in a straight line with Tonali and with Ramsey or Willock. So I like the fact that Eddie Howe was trying this, because it's trying to get Woltemade. I know he's been forced in one way through injuries, but ultimately he's still doing it. And it's forcing Woltemade to get into the game more, to get deeper, to get on the ball more, and to play towards his strengths more. And it allows him to join the attack from deeper positions. It's a weird one sense, because I think at the start of the season, and for the first half of the season, in my opinion, he was too far forwards and he was isolated. Now, some would argue maybe he's too far back, and it's extremes on both sides. Maybe the answer is to have him in the middle. So he is a number 10. So he's playing behind a striker. To me, that's the perfect solution. But I'm going to come on to some quotes from a certain somebody. But yeah, I was speaking to you before about this, Peter, wasn't I? And tell us what you were saying about the whole Woltemade situation, him playing essentially as a number 8.
Yeah, so I'm thinking along the same kind of lines in terms of, in an ideal scenario, he would not have the responsibility of those kind of defensive duties that you saw, intercepting balls in midfield, keeping that line, like you say. But, I mean, just on that as well, by the way, it would be really interesting to know, what does Nick think of all this as well. I mean, I would love to know how has he found that position the last couple of games playing there. Does he enjoy it? For all we know, he might love that side of the game. I mean, I don't know. You would think he would just want to play the attacking side of the game, but maybe he's going to relish in that. I don't know. It would just be interesting. I'd love to get his kind of perspective on this change, this kind of tweaking in position that we've done. So yeah, but what I would say is that I think it is good to see him more involved. I think when we've seen him up front on his own, I know he started really well, and he's got a good goal tally, to be fair, so far. First season in England, he's still quite young. So again, this is not a criticism of Nick Woltemade in terms of how things went so far playing up front. I think it did tail off. So, like you say, he looked isolated. I think moving him back, I'm so pleased to see Eddie Howe do that. Now, like you say, it is quite far back that he's moved. Number 8 position, basically. And I noticed he was intercepting a lot of balls against Qarabag in the away leg. And even against Villa, he was really deep there, wasn't he? So,
Yeah,
I think, I said on the last show that he's got deceptively quick feet. And him being in that deep role, you could argue, is the perfect player to get on the ball when you do win it back in the middle of the pitch, where someone can just look up and unlock the door just straight away with the vision that he's got and the quality. He's got a pass on him. He can unlock doors that way. I know he's not necessarily a runner, but yeah, I think it's looked good. I do take your point. I think what I'm thinking, right, is long term, because I agree. I want to see him at some point in an ideal world played behind a striker, whether that is behind one striker or maybe, like I've mentioned before, you could play the 4-3-1-2 formation. So 2 strikers up front, Nick in the hole, 3 centre mids behind him, and then 4 at the back. I'd love to see that. But what I would say about Eddie Howe is I'm not looking at this position he's playing in and thinking, right, that's it, it's set in stone. I personally think Eddie Howe he's experimenting. He's trying to take a look at different things. And I think he's trying to gauge Nick's attributes as to where to play him and where to get the best out of him. And I think this is something that is necessary. I think it's a brave move to play him at number 8 as well. But yeah, I think I would like to think that we will maybe see him in that number, what would you call it? Number 9, number 10, basically behind the striker as a kind of like Berbatov, like you say, Berbatov, Robbie Keane comparison at some point. And I think we will. I'm not gonna sit here and say this is the end of Nick Woltemade as a striker, because I think Eddie's just kind of experimenting. He's trying to see what works where, and at the minute, I'm quite happy to see him where he is. And like I say, I would just love to see. I'd love to get his perspective on this and how does he feel about how things have been going in that position so far.
Well, I've got a few quotes actually, and Lee McFarlane there says Eddie reckons Nick's loving it playing there or anywhere he's knee bother. And what he's referring to is this quote. So Eddie Howe was talking about Woltemade. He says quite a lot about it. I'll read some of it out actually, some of the rest of it. So he says that all of his best work came from starting higher up and coming lower. Now it's starting lower and staying in the middle line. I don't think it's a great change. Of course, there are different things you need to bring in that position, but I think he's doing really well in that position. Who knows what the future holds for him, but I think he's a very good attacker for us and we'll use him in a variety of positions. And he goes on to say, even when he's playing as a number 9, we used him it wasn't to stretch the line. It was to come lower on the pitch. So I think in terms of his Germany career, without speaking for Nick, playing really well in any position for us can only help supplement that. He goes on to say Nick is very, very happy playing the role he has the last few games. There's no fight with him on that. He's very much all in because he wants to showcase his best skills, and his best skills are technically helping us link the play. We've seen what we've seen, which maybe surprised me to a point, has been his tactical understanding. He does have freedom on the ball to take up central positions, to drift across the pitch. Hopefully, we'll see the very best of him. The future is an exciting one, regardless of which position he plays. The hardest season of any new player is his first one because everything is new and different. He had a great start, but there was always going to be a period that was difficult in this league because teams come up with a plan and everything is geared to stop you. So he says a few other things, but that's the gist of it there. So interesting comments there from Eddie Howe on it. And yeah, I mean it's encouraging, and to see that he is, like you say, experimenting in the way, and he's willing to play Woltemade there to try and get the best out of his technical abilities. So yeah, I think I'd rather that certainly than trying to just shoehorn him up front and just sticking with that, regardless as to whether it's working or not. I just think sort of long term, yeah, ultimately he's a number 10. And I think if we can play him behind a striker, a la, like you say, Berbatov and Keane, if he's got to run it in front of him, and certainly Anthony Gordon will be perfect for him right now, that would be great. But ultimately, it does come around to changing the midfield setup, and a lot of coaches are hesitant to do that because, well, not a lot to be fair, because quite a few do play, we say 4-2-3-1. Essentially, you could say it's 4-4-2. Just one of the forwards comes back a bit. But yeah, a lot of coaches do play that, to be fair. But I think Eddie Howe is very wedded to the 4-3-3 and playing the three flat midfielders, because I think he sees it as that line of three in midfield. If they are in a line like that, it is very difficult for the opposition when they have the ball to pass through us. Not necessarily in the break if we're being too gun-ho, like we have been many times this season, but when we are in shape, I think Eddie Howe wants us to be compact with the three across the line. If you play with a number 10, it takes that away, and you can still be compact with the number 10. Of course you can, but like I say, it's a different shape. And this brings me on to a quote from Cesc Fabregas. And this is not saying, I want Cesc Fabregas to take over right now. It was an interesting quote in regards to the number 10, and it's very relevant to Nick Woltemade, I would say. And I know you've mentioned this before yourself, Peter. You mentioned Fabregas a long time ago, actually, as to what he was doing at Como. And we know him, obviously, from his playing days. Passionate player, brilliant player, but also his punditry as well. I think you can sense sometimes if a pundit ex-player has kind of got the game intelligence, and he certainly has. And what Cesc has said, I think, in recent times was the number 10 position is disappearing. Players of the caliber of Ozil or James Rodriguez no longer interest coaches. These players are capable of unlocking a match with a brilliant pass. But nowadays, the coach prefers a stable structure. When Conte arrived at Chelsea, I started to understand what modern football was: a lot of running, split sessions, and robotic training. I couldn't believe it. I was in shock because I've always been a player who relied on creativity, which for me is the best thing in the arts. And what a great quote that is. And I can't help but wholeheartedly agree with that. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I seen that a while ago, that quote, and yeah, I was so glad someone was calling that out. Having seen the way football's gone lately, it was refreshing to read that. What I would say about Woltemade though is that, thinking about his position, where he's playing now, is he too deep? I think there's been times where he could have been picked out. There's times where he has made the run from deep, and we haven't picked him out, sort of from wide angles. So you can still have the run on the defenders coming in from that position, even albeit it's midfield. But like Eddie said, there he's got the license when we have got the ball to go forwards, and the shackles can come off a little bit. So it's up to us to kind of pick him out. If we've got the ball out wide and he's making a good run, he's got the run on the defenders, he's got the momentum. But equally, if he's got the ball when we're in possession in that kind of deeper line, yeah, you can unlock. Like Cesc says there, Fabregas has mentioned there about unlocking doors. I still think, yes, Nick can link the play. He can, in tight areas, he can kind of do nice 1-2s, play his way out of trouble. But also, he could probably unlock the door as well with a nice forward direct ball, like he tried to do with Anthony Gordon a few times against City.
He did it against City with that one pass. Remember, he won the ball deep in our half, and the first thing he'd done was turn and then play a lovely weighted ball
on
in
the left
behind
side.
Man City. Yeah, and Gordon got onto it, and he actually beat Gahey pace-wise and got a shot off.
Yeah. So, exactly. So it can be done, even from that deeper position, because he's got the vision, you see. He's got that, he's mapped out the pitch, and he's doesn't need very long to play that ball. So he's got the technique, he's got the quality. So, yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see how that develops. Like you say, I think long term, maybe. I mean, I mentioned Zlatan on the last show. I know that's high praise, and I am thinking long term here. But if he was to, thinking a few years ahead, if he was to bulk up maybe a bit, get a bit more experience, he could become that kind of player like Zlatan. I feel where you just can't get the ball off him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's like Eddie says. I think it's exciting. At least he is trying to kind of work him into the team. Do you know what I mean? We weren't seeing that. He was a while ago. He was being played where he was coming into the team, and we weren't tailoring the formation to kind of suit him. Really, it wasn't helping him the way he was playing just up front on his own. So at least we've moved away from that, and it's going to be interesting now to see how this develops, this position. And it's good to hear that if Nick is enjoying it, then that's a big factor. I think that's important, that he doesn't feel like he's being shoehorned into the midfield, at the expense of his creativity. He has to be on board with it. And if Eddie's saying he is, then that's great. And we'll see how it develops,
Yeah. It's got to be really interesting this summer, because the ideal thing for me is that we buy another striker who's quality and then play that new striker with Woltemade. That will be perfect for me. And whether that happens or not, some would have the doubts. But they have to find a solution. So that's why it's going to be fascinating to see how the summer unfolds, who we sign and who we have in mind to keep and to mold the team around. So, let's see. I'm going to go through some of the comments here. So Red Light says, top show, lads. Appreciate that, mate.
Cheers, mate.
The best players are kept fresh for Premier League weekends. And like everyone, if you can, we have got 103 people watching, but only 31 likes. So if you can hit the like button, it is very much appreciated at this end. On your point there, Red Light, I totally agree. We've won this tie. So, my word, we need to try and put a run together now in the league, because we were speaking last night that, there's quite a good feel-good factor at the moment with Newcastle, because we have won a lot of games recently. But actually, when you look at the league form, I think we've lost 4 or 5. So we really need to put a halt on that and put a run together to win games to climb that league. Otherwise, it is going to be right off, soon enough. So that's why tonight, make it as easy as possible for you in the league to go full throttle against Everton, against Man United. I've got a few more comments here about tonight. So David Spence says Eddie Howe will put the strong team on tonight. He definitely wants the win tonight. Yeah, I mean, I think we all know that Eddie, again, I've said a million times, he is quite conservative when it comes to making changes. So I think it will be fairly strong. I think it's just a case of, will he play a youngster as well, and who will he rest? He's got to rest some players. It's a case of, will it be one or two? Will it be three or four? But whatever the team is, it will be strong. He's not going to just flood it with, Neve and Murphy and Shahar, I think, all at the same time. But it'll be in stages, I think. So Gavin Fuller goes on to say one of the midfield needs to have the license to push into the 10. I don't understand why the whole team needs to defend, because if we leave two attackers on the halfway line, they leave defenders back. Yeah. I think, are you
kind of what I was
referring?
saying, wasn't it? I was saying
Yeah,
about when we have the ball, Woltemade will have license then to
yeah,
get forwards, and the defensive duties then you'd like to think they're not priority. They're not even in his head. Obviously, we've got the ball, so why should there be? That should then be down to the players behind him to kind of have the vision to look around to see, okay, you're going forwards, I'll plug this hole. I'll just stop back. You two can bomb on kind of thing, like whether it's Ramsey or Tonali or whoever.
yeah. I get that, right? And that should be the case, but this midfield we play is quite fluid. So
Take
sometimes,
turns. Yeah.
yeah, they take turns, and sometimes the other midfielders are also bombing on because he wants them like back and forward, if you like, at times. And as well as that, the other ones who are with Tonali, are with Voltemade, or Tonali, or Ramsey, and those two and Willock, they will also want to get forward. So you're talking about like the profiles of players and their instincts. If Voltemade had somebody next to him in this role of, a Czech Tiote or David Batty, then I think what you're saying there, I think he'd be a lot more comfortable with in his mind, because he knows that those types of players will be mopping up behind him, will be tracking runs. But I think these details, I think, are still, or would be, in his mind, and that's why ideally I think he would be behind a striker and in front of the midfield, so that he hasn't got these details in his head around how to track, etc., when we lose the ball. But I know at the same time, he still has that license to an extent. So, like you say, at least Eddie Howe is trying something. At least we are seeing Voltemade, I would say, in a more favourable position to get the ball in deeper areas, certainly, and showcase his skills on the ball. David Spence says Malik Chow can't play tonight. He got 2 yellow cards. He'll be back in the next match in the Champions League if we definitely win. Yeah, so that's a good bonus, that, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Malik Chow getting a rest tonight, however it came about.
Yeah. It takes the decision out of Eddie Howe's hands, and it's like, right, he's not playing. Whatever you want to kind of, because he might have thought, well, who can I bring in? And I understand that. Who can you play centre half? But it's not even a debate now. You're gonna have to play someone. So yeah, I mean, I'm scratching my head, to be honest, because I know Alex Murphy can play centre half. Do you think? I was thinking he could play left back, but do you think he would play centre half instead of Chow to fill in for Chow's suspension, and then you've got Dan Burn next to him? I mean, obviously, then the question remains: who plays left back? Does Lewis Hall then continue?
You could definitely do that. There's no doubt Alex Murphy could play there next to Dan Burn. And like I said at the start, there's not many better players, I think, for a youngster to learn from than Dan Burn with his leadership. But like you say, then it's a case of who's going to play left back. With it being 6-1, and with respect, with it being Qarabag, maybe you could get away with maybe Jacob Murphy as a left back. He can't play, well, not can't play, but he's played right back in emergencies, hasn't he? So you could class this as an emergency in terms of the lack of players available. But it's on the other side, left back. Maybe you could do that. Because tactically, Jacob Murphy is very switched on. So he
Mhm.
knows what Eddie Howe wants
Yeah.
from a tactical standpoint. So maybe you could do that. Like I've said, the other thought I've had is if you play wing backs, you could play. Um, Again, I need to check this. If Dan Burn is fit tonight, is not suspended, you could play Dan Burn in the middle with Shahar right and Alex Murphy left, and the wing backs, excuse me, could be maybe Jacob Murphy and Elanga. I'm
Mm.
thinking out loud, but maybe you could try that. But yeah, I'll go through some other comments here. So Spudley Dudley says, looks like Woltemade will be doing the same as Joe Linton, striker to midfielder. And yeah, it's it's an obvious comparison, isn't it? But I think with Joe Linton, he has the athleticism to pull off that role long
Yeah.
term, whereas Woltemade hasn't, in my opinion, not to the same extent. So that's why I just think we need to be a bit careful that Woltemade does have that license to go forward a bit more
Yeah.
and is not shoehorned into a number 8 where he's thinking just as much about what's behind him as to what's in front of him. And again, I mean, like you say, 4-3-1-2 would be perfect as well for Woltemade. PDK says, if you have to get your captain to beg for pens for you, then you must be poor. Get rid in the summer, says PDK, and get someone else who can press instead of Woltemade. Well, when it was interesting signing from the beginning, in that I know it was the last few days of the window, and would some say it's a panic buy, but it was interesting in that he wasn't the profile of striker that Eddie Howe wanted initially. So we can't just buy a player and then say, okay, well, he's not quite the profile I wanted, so what we're going to do with him. We had to have had some idea
Mm.
as to how we're going to switch things up a bit with Woltemade. So I get why some will be reserved around whether it's going to work long term, but I think he is such a talent. We've got to try and make it work. And I don't see why you can't press while having him in the team in the right position.
Yeah.
A few
Yeah.
more
I can't
comments.
believe for one
Go on.
second that they wouldn't have had a plan. I know it
Yeah.
was last minute. The signing was kind of, yeah, not. You could say, was it a panic signing? I don't know if I'd go that far, but it was obviously, it was a last minute signing. So, but yeah, I still feel like they to sanction that amount of money for a player, yeah, they would have had some idea as to how they would have utilized, how they wanted to have utilized Voltameda. So
Mm.
you got to try. And he's such a talented player. I think we've got to try and keep him, and get the best out of him for next season.
Yeah. Yeah. Gavin Fuller says sometimes one ball goes through that flat midfield, and I agree. It does. I think the idea that Eddie Howe has is if that flat 3 midfield is lined up, we are saying to the opposition, try and play through it if you can, because we are going to intercept that ball if you try. And there's many times the opposition have players who ghost in behind our flat 3 midfield, but we don't get goal side. And I can only think it's by design because, again, we are kind of saying to the opposition, try, but it's not going to work. And
Mm.
you do see sometimes the opposition, the look and the kind of, they see the passes there, but they turn back and play it sideways because you have to be very precise to play through that 3. But it does happen at times. And it's not my cup of tea really necessarily because I don't like to see the opposition running behind, ghosting behind where our midfield is on goal side. I just think you're asking for trouble at times. If you play maybe your 2, maybe you have one of them getting goal side of these players who wander in behind, and then you've got the number 10, if you like, who can press further up and stop those passes that way. Jake Ryan says Voltemade is a false 9, not 10. I mean, I get that. I think, yeah. Basically, I think he's a player who is withdrawn as a striker. Whether you call it a false 9 or a 10, I think it's kind of the same thing in a way. And I think, I mean, you tell us what you think, Jig and Ryan, but I think Berbatov is the perfect example, and he had Robbie Keane for Spurs running in behind in front of him, and it was a brilliant combination. So that's what I've got in mind with Woltemade, and I think Anthony Gordon, for now, not long term, but just for now in this current vein of form, could pull off that sort of double act with Woltemade. Anything else to add to that, Peter?
Yeah, I think it will be interesting to see how it develops. I think, yeah, Berbatov is a really good comparison. So, like you say, summertime, no doubt they'll be trying to sign players up front. I would imagine they'll get a striker. They'll be looking for midfielders. I think, you're talking about there playing them in midfield, and you're talking about like the flat line as well with the three centre mids. I think ideally for me, just someone observing kind of from a distance, so to speak. I think to me it looks like we do need someone who's going to sit, who's going to be that anchor. I'm not too keen on this flat three, where if that is the tactic where you're trying to kind of stop them from playing through as a three, as a trio. Yeah, we've just seen a lot of times this season where that's been breached, isn't it? So I do miss the days of when you did have a Tiote or, like you say, a Batty. So that would just simplify things a bit. I think it would just give you that more of that solidity that you need, the kind of compact defensive assurance or insurance rather that we need when we haven't got the ball, because it's came home to roost, I think, a little bit this season, where the midfield is kind of parted like the sea. And yeah, long term, I think that needs to be addressed. We'll see. I mean, we've got Ramsey in there. We've got obviously Joe Linton, Tonali, Bruno. We've got Willock who can play in there. So we have got a lot of centre midfield players. So it will be interesting to see how they are going to approach that in terms of the summer signings.
Definitely. I'm going to move on from Woltemade very soon. I know we've laboured the point a bit, but I'll just go through his comments, a few others. So Travoy Stevens says, Woltemade is not a 10. Have Eddie and some fans seen what a number 10 looks like? We need a Spanish number 10 in the summer. Stop killing Woltemade as a striker.
Well,
yeah, I take the point, mate. I take that point. You don't want to... He's ultimately signed as a striker. You don't want to take that away from him. And number 10... you could think of as maybe a David Silva, somebody of that ilk. But what I would maybe say is, like I said, I've said before, Berbatov, Bergkamp, those types of players you would class as strikers. And he's in that mold. Whatever label you want to use, 10, 9, they pop up in these pockets. So, yeah, I think... I know what you're saying though, mate. I think ultimately I wouldn't want to stray away too much from him essentially being a forward, a striker. Yeah, and it's a good shout, Connor. Woltemade reminds me of Firmino. Is it the Liverpool player? Firmino, yeah. The ex-Liverpool player who was, really good with Salah and Mane either side of him. And we've got would-be former there says it's a free hit. Play 4-4-2 with Tim and Peter up front. They won't know who to mark. It's a good shout, mate. Good shout. Yeah. We'll give it a try.
I'm convinced Eddie is subscribed, so with that in mind, he'll be watching. I'm not that far from the ground, so there's still time yet.
We're free, Eddie. We're definitely free. Honestly, just get the kits ready. More than willing to grace the hallowed turf and give it a shot. No doubt about it. So I'll stop there. Keep your comments coming, people, honestly. It really helps us. A lot of people are giving comments here. A lot of it about Woltemade. I'll switch over now to something else. I want to ask a question to all of yous out there, but also to yourself, Peter. We were watching some goals from Europe earlier, and I seen a certain David Ginola scoring absolute beauty in Europe. Is it Ferencváros he scored against? And it was a corner that came in, got cleared on the edge of the box. Ginola, without bouncing, without hitting the ground, he touches it with his right foot, flicks it up in the air onto his left, and then volleys it into the corner. What a goal! What a brilliant goal in Europe. And you don't see that enough, first of all, in the game these days, because it was magic. It was just like Cesc has mentioned before, Cesc Fabregas. It was pure creativity that you don't see often compared to the past, and I want to see that. And if one of our players did that, I'd be like, oh my word, what is going on here? Because it was such a brilliant goal. So I want to see that flair. I want to see that creativity. Uh, what's some of your favourite goals in Europe that come to mind, Peter? And I've put you on the spot there a bit. And in the comments as well, tell us what are some of your favourite goals by a Toon player in Europe. And there should be plenty to choose from because Newcastle United have been in Europe quite a lot in recent history.
Mm. Well, do you know what? You mentioned the Ginola goal, right? In that same game, Tino Asprilla passes one in the net, Kieran Dyer style, because Dyer done the same thing 3 years later under Bobby Robson, kind of against Tottenham, passes it into the corner. Tino, great goal. He done that against in that same match where Ginola scored. But there's another one that comes to mind with Tino, and it's not the hat trick against Barcelona. It's against Metz, and yeah, it was this UEFA Cup, wasn't it? So yeah, Tino against Metz gets the ball at St James's Park, I think halfway line on the turn, and in his own unique style that he had, just spins past one player halfway line, past another player, and then he's got another last man to beat, and he just nonchalantly just knocks it ahead of him, runs past him, and keeper comes out and he just dinks it. Like, I don't even know what part of the foot it was, but probably I think outside of the foot. But he's just so casual in the way he just dinks it over the keeper, and before you know it, he's just on the turn, beat about 2 or 3 players, and nonchalantly just scooped it over the keeper, no problem. And then he's doing cartwheels. So I think that one, yeah,
that's when he lifted his shirt up, isn't it? I think with the corner flag. I think
it may well have been, aye. I think that was the one. I mean, yeah,
iconic
that goal always stood out for me. So I'm going to plump for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking over the years. I know Laurent Robert scored a free kick against Mallorca in that 4-1 game. Keeper maybe should have done better, but it was from about 30 yards out, and that was a great game. That comes to mind. It wasn't necessarily the most amazing of goals, but Gary Speed's header against PSV in the quarterfinals of the UEFA Cup at the time, 2003, I think it was, 4. That was a great moment because that sent us through to the semis. But yeah, there's been many great moments in Europe. But trying to think of other goals that come to mind. Obviously, like you said, the obvious one is Tino's hat trick against Barcelona, and there's a few comments here as well. So Niall Powell says share against PSG. Obviously, yeah. I mean, no doubt that's up there. And as well on the same token, Miguel Almiron's in that game because that was. I mean, what a moment that was. That was like, we're back in the Champions League. We're back at home at St James's Park, first game, at home in the Champions League after a number of years. And can we pull this off? Can we turn up? And you knew we turned up in the first 10 minutes, but to top it off with that goal, I mean, you just watch it back. You can see the celebrations. Everyone goes mental. And that was just such a great moment, that. And it was just rewards for how we started the game as well. There's a few others as well.
I'll tell you another memorable moment in Europe.
Yeah, go on.
It's not Champions League, but I think it was Anzi. Papi Cisse.
Yeah.
Last minute header.
Yeah. Russian
and we
side.
Go through.
Yeah.
And then everyone just goes bonkers in the strawberry corner.
Yeah.
And we're celebrating for like 10, 15 minutes. Our post final whistle, stadium still just celebrating like mad. It was class.
Yeah. Yeah, it was brilliant. because that looked like it was going to go to extra time, didn't it? But
Yeah.
yeah, Papi Cisse, I mean, he came up with some great moments and great goals, no doubt about it. Betty Boy says Amiobi away at Barcelona just because it was ridiculous thinking Amiobi scored away at Barca. I mean, Amiobi had a very interesting career at the Toon. And yeah, I think scoring at Barcelona Nou Camp is certainly the highlight of it. I can safely, obviously, the Mackham games, the penalties and the goals against them. But no, that one there, I think, is the pinnacle, really.
Yeah.
Scoring that moment anyway. And yeah, I remember watching
Aye.
that. And Cliver, unfortunately, for Barca, was too good for us that night. And who would have thought he'd be signing for us a few years later? And well, that didn't work
Aye.
out how it should have.
Shout out to Nobby, by the way, in that match as well for Shola's goal, nutmegging Carlos Puyol in the build-up,
Yeah,
and then lays it on a plate for Shola.
yeah, definitely. To come back to tonight, with Joe Linton coming back, he's on not on a yellow card. If he gets one yellow card, he's then suspended for the next round. Would you play him, Peter?
J7, is that?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. If he's going to get booked tonight, being 6-1 up, where you're playing Qarabag, yeah, I mean, I'd want to be honest. I think
Yeah.
I'd want him to get into his stride. He's been out for a little while. I think you could probably do with the minutes.
Yeah.
So if he's going to get booked, this is the thing that gets. I've mentioned this before with J7. This is what gets me with him, is that he is quality on his day. When he's on form, he's a beast, and he's very. He can be a very effective player for Newcastle. I think he's improved a little bit on the ball as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
So I think he's a battering ram, but also I do think he's passing, his close control is a little bit better than what it was a few years ago.
Yeah.
But he does let himself down with these crazy rants and at the referee, and then I mean I love it when he goes in hard, and that's one of his strengths, is, you know, quite literally, is he can outmuscle players and he can get the ball back quick. He can shield the ball. But there's times when when he's trying to win it back, he just goes too far. And
Yeah.
then to boot, when the free kick's given, he's then on the ref's case about it, and it's you're doing more harm than good here. You know, when that happens, I'm watching and thinking, yeah, you need to be a bit more subtle. And if the ref gives a free kick, don't be in his ear so much, because that's when the bookings can come into play as well. So if he just tones it down, I mean, I'd say to him, you can just chill a little bit tonight. You don't have to be so intense for this particular match. For Everton, I think we could probably do with them. Maybe against Everton. Maybe I'm just thinking Everton are they'll be a wounded animal after the Man United match. They shouldn't have lost that game last night.
Yeah.
So they'll be ticked off about that. Because second half, I thought they played pretty well. So, and one of the things about Everton is they do dig in. You know, they're not shy to put a tackle in. They work hard. I'm just thinking maybe J7 could be a player for that match. So maybe if getting some minutes tonight could be good. But I think second half, what I'm thinking is, I think what Eddie Howe will do is he'll make quite a lot of changes second half. So even if J7 plays, he'll probably come off after maybe half time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'll take that.
Yeah. I agree. Like, come on, you say Joe Linton, look, just don't get booked. Like, if the player's breaking on us, don't take him down. Just let him run. We're 6-1 up. Whatever happens, happens. I know you don't want to play within yourself, and then sometimes you get injured when you play within yourself. So I know you try to find line that way. I get it, but surely he's got enough nous, I'd like to think, to play this game, to hold back as and when it's appropriate to avoid that yellow card. Surely. So I think I would. I know if you played him, he does get booked. Everyone's going to pile on, aren't they, and say, "Why on earth did you risk it?" So I
Yeah.
understand that as well. So it is a dilemma for Eddie Howe in that way. So it's difficult, but he does need minutes in his legs, I would say, after being out. And it is a perfect game to get minutes in your legs. And I think just play the first half and, yeah, just get on the ball, get a feel of it again, get up and down the pitch. You don't have to go crunching in, save that for the weekends, but just get your fitness up. And second half, I think take him off. You know, you could put Tonali on second half maybe. Just 45 minutes under his belt. Nothing too strenuous, you know. So I think that's the way I'd be going as well. Um, and then it's a case of who do you play? Obviously, I appreciate maybe Joe Linton wouldn't play anyway against Everton because if Woltemade is playing well in this role, maybe you'd keep him there. Who knows?
Mhm.
It'll be very interesting to see, like, if he does play tonight, Joe
Aye.
Linton.
Because if he does keep in Woltemade and he wants to also play J7 against Everton, then you'd think then Tonali, you would think, probably selects himself.
Hmm.
Don't get me wrong, he's, for a lot of the season, he hasn't been the Tonali that we know he can be. So there's times when I think he's been taken out of the team, and rightfully so. But he's shown more glimpses lately of getting back to his best. And when he is at his best, he's, top player. So that obviously will be harsh on Ramsey, I think, to be fair. So this is what the dilemma is, and this is why it's interesting. Like I say, if J7's back in, if Woltemade is back in, and if Woltemade is going to be playing this deeper role, that just leaves one more spot. Is that going to be Tonali, Ramsey, Willock? So he's got
Hmm.
options there in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think just to bring it back to Joe Linton and someone saying in the comments there about how he played against Man City, and I think he was great when he first came on. But like that person saying there in the comments, I'll come to the comments. In the last 10 minutes, unfortunately, he wasn't helping us because he was giving silly fouls away and allowing Man City to time waste and not reading the room, if you like. Come on, they're enticing you to lunge in. Don't lunge in. You don't need to do that. You don't need to grab shirts. Just
Mhm.
use your head. So it is very frustrating when Joe Linton's doing that because I think he's a good player. Obviously, he's been a great player for us, but he lets himself down when he goes in so rashly like that. And I just feel like I wish you could someone say to him, "Look, Joe, please just use your head. Just stand
Yeah,
off, please. Just as and when stand off." So if you can improve that, it would help us massively. We will see. So
yeah.
going back to the comments, because the team will be out in about 5 minutes, I believe. So we'll
Stay
certainly get
tuned
to
for
that,
that, folks.
definitely. But going to the comments here, we're talking about famous Newcastle goals in Europe, some of your favourites in the past. And yeah, Benny Boy says when Miggy scored that against PSG, I was watching on TV and it felt like that was the loudest at St James's has ever been. And yeah, honestly, it did. Like I'm the same, mate.
Totally
I
agree.
wasn't there for that one, yeah, but even I could sense, like yourself, what powder cake of emotions it was when that ball hit the back of the net in that moment. It was immense. I mean, I've been lucky to be at a lot of great games over the years at St James's. I wasn't at that one, but yeah, what a night. And Travoy Stephen says one of my best moments was Bellamy last minute winner against Feyenoord. I was listening on the video, was amazing. Yep. Me and Peter were watching on ITV and just celebrating, running around the living room when that went in. It was just amazing. We've mentioned it before on the show, that moment, and any Newcastle fan of a certain age range, that moment will be lodged in their head, for a long time, no
In
doubt.
the memory bank.
Aye. Niall Powell says, I'm going to be disappointed if Shahar and Alex Murphy don't start. If you can't give young players a chance with a 5-goal lead. I do agree. I don't see why you can't start those two together. I don't see why not. Maybe, yeah, you don't start Neve as well, perhaps, but I mean, you could, but I think certainly those two. We've got suspensions and injuries anyway at the back, so I just play them. We're not going to collapse and lose 5 goals. You wouldn't have thought. I mean, famous last words. Get this clipped, but
Right.
PDK says his favourite goal, one of his favourite goals was J7 against Milan. Yeah, it's a forgotten goal, that, because it went on to lose the game, but it was a brilliant one, edge of the box. Mighty Mag says, who's everyone wanting in the next round, Chelsea or Barca? I know you want Barca. I mean, I'm thinking Chelsea purely because it's easier to get through. Not, I would say easier to get through.
Well,
Chelsea is still a tough side, but Barca will be harder, but it is certainly more of a glamour tie.
yeah, I mean, just on that, right? That's the last 16, isn't it? So, yeah, let's say if we play whoever we play, Chelsea or Barcelona, let's say we get through that one. I've had a quick look at the route to the final, and if we were to get into the quarters, we would then play either. So there's 4 possible teams we could play then: Atletico Madrid, Club Brugge. So them two are playing each other. So I think probably Atleti would go through there. I think Club Brugge gave them a run for the money actually in the last, because I'm sure they're in the playoff. But in the first leg, I think it's quite a close scoreline. But yeah, I still expect Atleti to get through that one. So we'll either be playing them, Club Brugge, or Tottenham or Liverpool. This is in the quarters. Now, obviously, out of all them, I think probably will end up being Liverpool. But I'm saying that we've seen what they're like this season, and they're not, they're not the Liverpool of last season. So, do you know what I just feel? I feel like Newcastle have got the best chance we've got of going through. We play better against non-Premier League teams. I think yes, Barcelona. It is the technically, and on paper as well, it's the tougher fixture. Chelsea are a work in progress, and I can definitely see us beating them. But in the same breath, we've played Chelsea this season. We've played them many times over the last few seasons. They are familiar with Newcastle. We're familiar with them, I know, obviously, but it's. I just feel like when we play these European teams, there's that dynamic of the unknown a little bit. And obviously we are the underdog. So against the likes of Barcelona, the pressure's all on them. And I was saying to you, Timmy, last night, like, yes, they can show videos of Newcastle and they can say, right, do this when this player goes there. We need to stop Newcastle doing this, doing that. But they haven't experienced, yes, okay, Barca did play them once. I grant you that this season in the earlier group match. But yeah, I just feel like the dynamic is such that when we play these European teams, again, if we were to go on and play Atletico Madrid, yes, massive tests, don't get me wrong, but it is a bit of the unknown for them to play Newcastle. So for me, again, it works in our favour because the pressure's on them. So for me, I just think like play as many European sort of non-English teams as possible. And obviously you get the glamour as well. You get the excitement of playing these teams that you don't normally play. That's part of it as well. But no doubt it's a massively difficult route to the final. That is for sure. Because I think if you were to get to the quarters and then win that one, you would then play probably either Bayern Munich, Man City, or Arsenal. Because I've checked the route, and those 3 teams are in that. Yeah, they're in that kind of setup for that to meet us if we are to go that far. One of those teams probably will be in the semis. So, but maybe Bayern Munich, and then we'll beat them and we'll be in the final. So all good.
Oh, exactly. Aye. Oh, well,
Simple
obviously
as.
win if it's not an English team. You know what I mean?
Simple as, right?
Right. According to your logic. No, joking.
We shall see.
No, I get what you're saying though. Like, it is that lack of familiarity from these other teams with the playoffs. Definitely, it is that element of surprise. It's one thing looking up teams and see them on video and knowing where they're going to run, etc. It's another thing actually playing that team and trying to follow those runs at the time for the first time, if you like. So, yeah, you heard it here first, folks. Actually, maybe Newcastle United are on course to win the Champions League. We shall certainly see. go back to the comments. So Gavin Fuller says just in regards to what Cesc Fabregas was saying about the number 10 and creative players. Gavin Fuller says the tricks are being coached out of players and being overcoached for system play robots. I agree in general across the board. Unfortunately, that is the case. I think maybe there's a little bit of a return, a little bit maybe, in terms of some variation of play. But I really hope that more creativity comes back to young players and to the game itself. That's what we want to see. We want to see that creativeness.
I mean, just quickly, that again leads back to players like that goal you mentioned about Ginola against Ferencváros. Like, he didn't have to, when he gets the ball there, he's not thinking, where's my teammate? He's just thinking, how can I score? And he's going to do anything he can to score. And he knows he's got the ability to do the tricks and the flicks. So, and I think, just going back to Elanga and players like that, where you see them, I think Mbeumo was a good example. So Mbeumo isn't lighting it up Man United. These players who function in a certain team at a certain club, it is kind of football because it's gone robotic to a certain extent. It's like clockwork, and you take them out of that setup, you put them in a different setup, suddenly it doesn't always fit. Whereas I think back in the day, a player was unique in terms of what their own skill set they had was kind of like, they could either, like Laurent Robert could shoot, he could cross, and he would do it. Ginola doing what he was doing, Ben Arfa. You could take them and you could put them in many different teams and you would get that same player. Whereas a lot of players these days need to function within a team setup in a more robotic kind of style. I think maybe that's part of it with Elanga as well. A few weeks ago, I thought it was a bit of a John Hammond moment, like the phones are working. But then, a couple of games later, and then we'll see the old Elanga when he's kind of struggling again. So
phones are too. Got a team.
Yeah,
so
teams are out.
Yeah, and I've got it in front of us. So we have Aaron Ramsdale in goal. We have Kieran Trippier and Sven Botman. It's not in proper order, this, by the way. I'll try and get in order. And then we have, let me work this out. I'll just run through it. So Ramsdale in goal, Trippier, Botman, Joe Linton, Tonali, Barnes, Asula, Jacob Murphy, Woltemade, Dan Burn, and Alex Murphy. So there is one youngster starting, and that's Alex Murphy. So it will be, I think, Murphy left back.
Yeah.
Dan Burn and Botman in the middle.
Yeah.
So hopefully,
Trippier right back.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully Botman's fit enough to, play this game without any worries, get some minutes under his belt. It's a shame Trippier's having to play again. I really hope he comes off at the latest half time. Do you know what I mean? Just why wait? Just put Jacob Murphy right back if you need to. But yeah, in the midfield we've got Harvey Barnes on the left, Jacob Murphy on the right, and in the middle we have Tonali and Joe Linton. And let's have a look. William Asula. So it looks like, is it 4-4-2? And then we have,
I think Asula's up front.
Yeah.
And then in the middle you've got Joe Linton, Tonali, and then Woltemade is probably in that same position.
That's right.
Number 8.
Yeah.
And then you've got Barnes on the left, Murphy on the right, Jacob Murphy that is.
Yeah.
And then like you say,
Asula.
Yeah, Asula's the focal point up front.
Aye.
And you've got the back four, Trippier right back, Alex Murphy left back, Botman and Burn centre half. And obviously Ramsdale has came in goal as well. So as I thought he would. So that's good to see. But that's interesting. Like you said, and like we thought, it is a strong team, and I'm just pleased that at least he's put Alex Murphy in.
Yeah,
and he rested Lewis Hall. I think it'll be interesting to see Alex Murphy tonight.
Yeah, it will be. It will be. And Tonali's in, and again, I would have maybe rested him for the weekend, but let's see how he does tonight. Get some minutes under his belt again to play himself into form again. I think that's the thing, right? All these senior players who are out there, it is the perfect chance to get into a good rhythm, to feel good about themselves, to get a goal, get an assist, get some good passes, get some good movement, get some partnerships going if you like, if possible. And it really is a perfect tee up for the weekend for these senior players. And obviously it's great for Murphy, and I really hope Murphy plays well, because if he
Yeah,
does the business, you've got a valid option there for left back to give Lewis
exactly.
Hall the rest that he needs as and when, as opposed to flogging him out in games where we have up to this point where he could have done with the rest. So he's getting it now. I think, yeah, from now to the end of the season, if we can rest him in other games to keep him fresh for the bigger ones, then that would be great. So fingers crossed for Alex Murphy tonight. He's always looked competent when I've seen him, so I don't see why he can't do um, too bad tonight. And he's got some quality players, next to him there to help him along. And Langa's on the bench, and I would have played Elanga again to get him into form, play him into form, and I would have been doing that with a view to having Murphy on the right. Jacob Murphy, that is, against Everton at the weekend. So um,
Yeah,
interesting that Elanga's on the bench.
yeah. No, that is interesting. I think I would have played Elanga, but I just feel like Murphy's for me, gonna be the man against Everton. I don't know if maybe Eddie's thinking the other way around. He might be thinking, I'll put Murphy in tonight for right wing. Saturday comes along, and he'll give Elanga another chance to do his stuff on Saturday. But yeah, for me, I think Murphy has kind of shown that he's the man you want to hang your hat on over Elanga. I think at this business end of the season, don't get me wrong, I think we need to get something out of Elanga. We need to use him, for this kind of crunch time of the season and all these competitions. But I just think like you play him here and there maybe, and you hope that he will come on, and we'll see on that front. But be interesting to see how this will affect his selection on Saturday. We'll see how that pans out with players like Murphy, like you say, Jacob Murphy, and whether Elanga comes back in. I think it's such a big game, Everton. I just feel like I would trust Jacob Murphy myself if going into that match, if I was going to pick one of them for that right wing spot.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a big game. I don't know if will Elanga be up to it. Like I say, Everton, tough team. We need the points really to climb that table. So maybe he's looking at it thinking Jacob Murphy can kind of get into his stride. He's got a goal already in the last leg. Play it tonight, get in form, play yourself into form, and then he's going into the Everton match high on confidence. Maybe that's
yeah.
what Eddie's thinking.
Possibly, because he hasn't played in a little while, has he, in terms of regular minutes? So maybe that is the case. So to go to the comments here, Gavin Fuller says, happy with Hall not playing, but give Trips a rest. I agree. I don't know why you wouldn't just play Shaha. Like Trips, he's 35. I've sung his praises, rightly so, massively in the last few weeks. So he deserves that rest. I don't see how we can talk about fatigue and injuries if in games like this you've won the tie. You were 6-1 up. There's no way where you're losing this tie. You literally couldn't have had a better game to rest Trippier. And if you're talking about, it's about the alternative. We haven't got somebody to come in. You've got an under 21 England international there to come in. Whether or not he's good enough for us long term, who knows? In my opinion, he'll have something about him to do a job, especially when he's got experience alongside him in the form of Dan Burn and Sven Botman, and as well as that experience in front of him in the form of Jacob Murphy. So I just find it a bit amazing, really, that you wouldn't rest Trippier for the weekends and risk him like this. And like I said, I'd like somebody to ask Eddie Howe. He himself has said about fatigue, he's said about injuries, and it is a fact. It's not an excuse. But with that in mind, what is the rationale behind playing Trippier for this one when you've got an option there to play Shaha. Got a few other comments here. Why not start Sean Neve and up front? I mean, like we've said, why we can see you would play Asula. I think Asula ultimately is going to play more minutes for us this season, and we do need him to be sharp because we need everyone to contribute from now till the end of the season. So, yeah, if Asula can get his confidence up in this game, get a few goals, it bodes well for the next time he comes off the bench for us in the league. So I can see that. It's kind of phrase says you're bound to come on for trips. I mean, yeah, you'd like to think so, but I
Yeah,
hope
that's what I'm thinking.
half time. Just do it at half time. I, I don't see why
Yeah,
you'd wait.
do it early doors.
Yeah, not like the 70th, 80th minute, because by then he's had a run out, and it's like he's then having to recover from that run out for the weekend. Why put him through that? Brian Penny says Barnes looks knackered. I mean, I agree he hasn't been quite on it, hasn't he, in recent games? But maybe he's one who just needs this game to get back into form, and then you can take him up at half time, and he's ready for the weekend. So I understand maybe Barnes playing, but yeah, I agree. He has played a lot of
Yeah,
games
I'll
times.
just put this out there to me, just before
Yeah.
coming to the end of the build up here, before we hand over to Gary. But we've got the Yam Yam waiting in the wings. But just want to ask about, there was a comment earlier about Nunez. Someone put it to us, would we take Darwin Nunez in the summer as that striker that you mentioned? We're going to probably look for a new striker to beef up the attack. What do you think about that? Would you go for him?
I get the idea because he's got blistering pace and he would be brilliant for runs in behind. He'd be brilliant for pressing from the front, and he fits that system that Eddie Howe wants. So I understand the appeal in that way. I'm not convinced that he's the man in terms of getting the goals. His finishing was really erratic, wasn't it, for Liverpool? And he looked like a bit like Elanga in that he was a confidence player. So if things don't go well for him at Newcastle, if he was to sign for us in the first few months, how would he handle that? How would he deal with that? Would his head go down like it did at Liverpool at times? So, like I say, I understand the idea, but I'd have great reservations around his goal scoring ability. So I'd want somebody to come in who maybe can offer that more of a guarantee of goals.
Yeah, it would definitely be a no from me as well. Wasn't convinced with Nunez. A lot of energy, a lot of running, the odd good goal here and like now and again, but yeah, too many. He missed far too many chances for me to convince me that he can cut it in the Prem.
But he's been linked, and whether it's true or not, we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something in it, in that we are exploring that maybe. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the summer. Definitely. We've got another comments here. It's a kind of phrase says, "No Ramsey, not to worry," and it is really. Let me double check, but I don't think he's on the bench. Let's have a look. So no, he isn't. So it is a worry. If he's out injured, that is a blow, definitely for the weekend. And Niall Powell says, "Way too strong a team tonight. Doesn't need to play." Yeah, I can see that, and we are quite light midfield, unfortunately. So maybe that's why he's playing. But I think at half time, like I said, definitely just make the changes then and give them 45 minutes. Flynn says the young lads should find a new club. Can't get a start when we're 6. And David Spence says, I definitely want Neve to start. He needs a goal. It would boost his confidence, do him the world of good to score in the Champions League. I mean, obviously, no doubt it would. Any young player, there's one thing scoring, getting your first goal. It's another thing doing it in the Champions League. So, yeah, I understand that side of it. And hopefully he comes on tonight and given it a decent run out, not 10 minutes, not 5 minutes, but maybe, 20, 30 minutes. And that goes for Shaha. I mean, Shaha should be playing, I think, 45 minutes, in my opinion. But we will certainly see. So it's a strange one, this match, because the tie's won, but yeah, all eyes are going to be on Alex Murphy to an extent, and then also at half time to see what changes are made. So, any final thoughts, Peter?
I would just say to any of the fans, if you're watching tonight, if you go into the match, just enjoy it. Tie's over, like you say. Shoes off if you love the tune, all that stuff. Just get behind the lads and have a good time, because it's party time, really.
That's true.
And on that, talk about parties. Hey, here we go.
Yes, Michael.
How you
How's it
doing?
going, gents? You all right?
Very good.
You all well? Well, very good
good.
start to the show. I love that one. Hey, there's some interesting little bits and pieces we've seen. I don't know whether you guys saw the mascot of Qarabag in Baku. It was a horse, and obviously the chants were, "You're going to get smacked in the morning," because obviously we've got a history with horses,
Wow.
and they're hoping the 100 or so that have turned up today. There's going to be a horse amongst them. Only time will tell. Lads, it's been brilliant listening to you. I also just wanted to ask you: have you seen the? There's a little thing out there about the youngest player to ever score a goal in European competition. Have you seen that?
I haven't.
No.
Yeah, so the youngest player. The youngest player that's out there is a lad called Alan Foggan. He was a 19 years and 7 days lad. He's the youngest ever European scorer. It's a record that Sean Neve could snatch tonight, or even Leo Shahar if they play. There you go.
Interesting.
Neve looked
More
good when he
motivation.
came on last week, so I'd like
I'll tell
to
you
see him
something now.
at some point.
Neve, during the week when he was dancing down that left-hand side, it was Isaac-esque. He certainly got good feet at his age group. The biggest problem for me when I see Neve play is the fact that he gets bounced off the ball a little bit easy. He's a bit lightweight when it comes to that, that mentality. You've got to get your shoulder, you've got to get your balance. And I just think at the minute he's trying his best to get himself away from danger rather than meet it head on. But I'm sure that will come with experience.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask you guys, because obviously there's a lot of talk about the back four. It's nice to see Alex Murphy in. But we've got three keepers on the bench. As you quite rightly just say, Ramsey's a no-show. So has there been somebody going around giving dead legs to players? Because obviously we've got a few now. So it could be a potential another dead leg on the physio's table. But you've noticed on the bench there's no defenders apart from a right back. So is this, we're talking about giving everybody a chance. And I love that. But if you get, you talk about players being hooked. You were talking about J7 before. Obviously, Dan Burns only a booking away from suspension as well. So, you've got to look at it from that aspect. If Dan Burns goes down with a booking, with Dan Burns, same with J7, it's easy done. Go, gadget arms and legs. Do you think then it's a bigger risk to obviously play, but we've got nobody else unless you obviously throw Hall back in the mix and put Alex Murphy as that left-sided centre-back.
I just think that in a match like this, if you can't control yourself, you're 6-1 up from the first leg, you're at home tonight. I know situations happen and you're playing in the moment, but I'd like to think Dan Burn can just control the game in a way that means he's not going to be in that position to get a yellow card. I mean, it's easier said than done, don't get me wrong, but like Timmy said earlier, if there's a player kind of like going through on goal, or if they've kind of broke the lines, just let them go and deal with it after. Just remember in your head you're 6-1 up. So
yeah, that 5-goal margin should relax. The trouble is, for me, I've said it a million times. J7 only plays one way.
True.
He hasn't got a switch off button. It's like all or nothing with J7.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It becomes a different lad with a shirt on his back, with a ball to kick. Well, if it's not the ball, it's the player. And I think it's very difficult to try and turn that away. Like you were saying, let him go. Don't use your hands. Don't pull back. Let him go.
Mhm.
When you're that way tuned, I think sometimes it's very, very difficult to switch that player off. But I'm like you know, unless it's 4-0 down and you need to throw your body in the line, you know what I mean? If we're losing 4-0 and you know that next goal's the winner, 89th minute, and they're running through on goal, you know where to hit them, hit them hard.
Yeah.
I know I'm exactly right. So on that aspect, then, would you guys be at all disappointed if we came away with a loss tonight?
It
Yes.
would depend on.
Absolutely.
They would have to play a hell of a lot better than they did, obviously, the first leg to have any chance of a win, wouldn't they? So, and we'd have to play absolutely terribly. So, by that token, then you will be disappointed because by default, you would have thought we would have had a really poor game if we were to lose this. But I just want to see a good performance, whether that's winning, whether that's a draw or winning, whatever, 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 5-1, 6-1 again. I just want to see a good performance, some good cohesion in the team, and see Alex Murphy bet himself in. And like I was saying before, if Alex Murphy can have a good game tonight, it really bodes well. And it says to Eddie Howe, look, you have got a viable alternative for left back if you need to rest Lewis Hall, which we might well need to do again at some point. So I think that's the big thing tonight. And get some players into form as well for the weekend. But I think as well, you know, bring them off at half time, and you could rejig the system as well and move players around and you know, maybe players at wing back, you know, as a shoehorn, if you like, just to see the game out at the expense of, you know, or at the behest of giving players a rest. So Dan Burn, for example, you know, you could take Dan Burn off and put Alex Murphy at centre back and then put somebody at left back where it is shoehorning them, but we're already winning the game. Just let them do a job there. Like I say, even Jacob Murphy to an extent, something like that. Maybe you could see the game out that way. So it's about being sensible in that sense tonight.
Yeah, I agree, mate. I totally agree. And like I say, you know, for me, it's all about doing what you need to do and getting the job done is the words I would use. But you know, it's an interesting thought pattern is because you look at tonight's team and there's 7 changes, but it actually doesn't feel like it. So does that mean that now we are becoming that bigger squad? Does it mean, you know, for Eddie Howe, he has got a definitely bigger hat to pick out of? And do you understand what I'm saying, though? You know, 7 changes, but when you read the teams out, I mean, I wasn't looking at social media at the time, so I just got you in my ears while I was just setting up, and all of a sudden I'm like trying to ring the changes, and I'm like, crikey, there's a number of changes, but the names just seem to be the team from last season type of situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, so I think that's a massive positive, if I'm honest with you, because this still isn't a bad side, even though there is 7 changes.
Mm-hmm.
I have just got, bless him, Connor's done me a cracking favour here. This is the team. Obviously, there's no formation with this. This is the team that they are kicking out. Kochelski, Barros da Silva, Murray. It's gone off. Thank you very much. Murray, Valgersdotter, Lim de Castro, Rodrigo Bicalo, Jankovic, Jaffa Giliev. I can never say his name properly. That's the one. And we've got Montel Caballero, Zubair, and Duran is for them. And obviously, they've got a couple of substitutes, but they were talking very much as though there's a couple of players that are missing that apparently didn't do very well at the home leg. So the gaffers, he's chucked them. He's given them a rest tonight. But there's definitely something in this team, like I say, that they're going to focus on the half break, aren't they? They're going to focus, try and draw Newcastle on at home. And then you've got something on there. So it is an interesting one for me. Looking at that situation, you've got, like I say, the manager's coming here playing Zubair behind the front man, according to a lot of the rumours. FOTMob, SofaScore have all got Montiel and Zubair in a little bit narrow. So is that going to cause us problems, do you think, if they counter? Because that, to me, is the way these seem to want to go.
Well, it looked like a dangerous side in the first leg, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
They had their moments for about 20, 30 minutes in that second half, didn't they? But let's be honest, if we put them under that press that we did in the first half, I mean, I think hopefully they've learned from that and won't try and play it out from the back at St. James's Park. But you never know in the Champions League these days. But with Osula up top, Barnes, Murphy, Joe Linton, all of them will be happy to press. Same with Woltemade. I'm sure he'll sit a little bit deeper and sort of try and collect the ball a bit more. This Qarabag side's got to have learnt from the mistakes that they made last week. And if they don't, it could be another hammering. But yeah, to be honest,
that's the thing.
I think they have.
You say that, Michael, right? But so many teams now don't learn that lesson. How many times a match of the day do you see teams time and time again conceding goals from their own box, playing out from the back with the goalkeeper at the centre halves? It's just embedded in modern day football. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if, again, tonight they continue to try and play that way, which obviously it's gonna play into our hands, isn't it? So we'll see.
So hopefully that they're a bit overawed as well by the atmosphere, the setting. You know, it's at St James's Park, and they want to maybe try and put a better show on in the first leg. But for a team like Qarabag, who don't play in, well, I don't think they play in this type of arena very often. You know, it is grand stadium, and maybe that'll kind of get them switched off as well, and we can get another nice 5-1 win or 6-1 win.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. I mean, we've already heard Eddie talking to the press earlier on yesterday, and he's obviously spoke again today, and he was talking very openly and honestly about the match tonight, and just trying to get a sense of it. And he says it's becoming an obsession, and it's been a real difficult season for him. Is that the type of stuff that you want to hear from your manager? I mean, for me, I thought it was, words mean nothing, do they? Unless you do it. But he said I think it started as a passion, but it turned into an obsession. Passion definitely for the game and the love of the execution, but it's developed a love for the detail and the way you play and the way in which you make the team better. And that's where the obsession then takes over. I think improving the individual has always been in the heart of my coaching philosophy, as this helps the team come together and play better again. Good words, canny words, them. And like I say, I don't see anything negative about that. But like I say, words are cheap. And he's always going to be gauged on his results, isn't he?
Yeah, 100%. I think the thing for me with Howe is, he says a lot of things and a lot of them feel very, there's a PR person in his ear. He's very well PR trained. But then when you hear him come out with something along the lines of, it has gotten quite difficult. And you can see just, that little bit of, not weakness, not emotion, but sort of along those lines. I actually really like it from a manager because you can see it's not just the usual, well, this is the right thing to say for the club, so I'm going to say that. I want to see that a lot more from Eddie Howe because for me, it's one of the things that he does very well from a club standpoint, but from a supporter standpoint, I don't really want to see it. I know it's a necessity, being very well PR trained, but for me, I want to see that a bit more. I want to see the emotion. I want to see sort of a bit more passion there. And, if it becomes an obsession for him, maybe that's why sometimes he's not seeing the mistakes. You mentioned earlier, people managers aren't seeing mistakes as often as what maybe they used to. Maybe that is the reason why, because sometimes he's overthinking it as well and thinking, if I do a plan B, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. We haven't had enough time to train on it. That's what an obsession can do to you. So absolutely. It's a nice little insight. But hopefully that wasn't just PR as well.
Well, exactly. I mean, he was asked on Prime. This is the interview on Prime that he's done this evening, and he was interviewed and asked if this has been his most difficult season at Newcastle, and he come back and said it probably has. I paused there as it's very easy to look back with rose-tinted glasses and always have a positive view on history, and then not realise that times have been hard. Taking everything into account, and everything has happened last summer, and all the challenges we have faced this season, it probably has, yes. But it can still have a great end, and we're trying to be very positive and look to what we can achieve. The Champions League now being number one for our season. Interesting comment, if I'm honest with you. And like I say, very respectfully said. Like you said, there's a lot of PR work that goes into Eddie's discussions. But again, you know, he's looking at this as we mentioned before. You know, it's all about money these days, isn't it? You know that it's you guys were talking about who you'd want out of Chelsea or Barca, and then you went a bit further into that pot as if we'd already got there. And that was like, whoa, yeah, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up just when I said that. It was like, oh, there you go.
Do you not know that we're winning it, Gary?
Well, according to some, we are. Yeah, the whole thing. And the Premier League. I mean, listen, I always say, I think focusing on a negative sometimes doesn't do you any good. You've still got to look at what we've achieved. And yeah, it hasn't been a bed of roses at all this season. And at times, it's been damn frustrating because we've seen a hell of a lot that somehow seems to have escaped Eddie Howe's attention. And again, you know, you guys are absolutely spot on. The chances of bringing on the fledglings, giving them a run out tonight, wouldn't have done them any harm. And you've always got the experience on the bench if it ain't working. If you come in 3-0 down at half time, do you seriously think that the lads couldn't pull it back? Or is this, like we were explaining yesterday during the early show, that Eddie Howe wants to go out and win it early and then make wholesale changes at half time because it's a free hit?
Yeah, what I think, it kind of goes back a little bit to the comments that you read out there from Eddie Howe, in that, you know, it's an obsession and stuff. And I've wondered if sometimes he is coming from a place of fear too much. And kind of, you know, fear of not getting it right, fear of losing the game. And sometimes, like you alluded to, Michael, you can't see the wood for the trees when you're that obsessed with getting it, quote, right. And I think with the youngsters, I think it applies to this. Maybe it's like you're 6-1 up, but is he overthinking in that, well, maybe if something goes wrong, it's not great for that player, it's a bad experience for them. Maybe at half time, maybe I'll do it here. Whereas, like you say, Gary, in reality, it shouldn't do any harm to put them in from the start. Certainly Shaha to rest Kieran Trippier. So I think one interesting point in the summer would be with Ross Wilson, the DOF, and the conversations between him and Eddie Howe in regards to signings and also in regards to the pathway into the first team for young players. If we want to capture the best young players out there, we have to be able to say to them, there is a pathway, and encourage that. So I would like to see that conversation to say to Eddie Howe, you know, let's see how he finishes the season, but let's say he does well. It's like, okay, we love you, Eddie, you know, and we want you to be here. We want you to do your stuff, but we also, with the financial restrictions, need to utilise everything we can, and we need a pathway for the youngsters. How do you feel about blooding youngsters a little bit more here and there? Tell us what you're thinking. What like the Qarabag game, what were you thinking for that one? Could you have played your heart? I think maybe have these conversations in the summer.
No,
Well,
I agree.
Yeah,
Go on, mate.
I mean, just going back to what you said as well, Michael, about Eddie Howe, and also Gary there reading out the quotes about it being an obsession. It does tie in a bit with what he said. I think last week he got asked about how he operates in the job, the difficulties that come with it. I think he touched upon how, I think he got asked, what does he feel like he needs to kind of improve, if you like, in terms of how he deals with it. And I think he said that something along the lines of coping with, or I think switching off and
Delegating
kind of,
as well.
yeah, and like de-stressing. Do you know what I mean? Like kind of just not, because I think he mentioned about how he's like constantly like you say, obsessed, and he needs to find a way to sort of switch off maybe a bit more, like when he's at home, for example.
Mm.
So, I mean, that you could look at that two different ways. I mean, I think I do think we are lucky to have a manager who he's all in, he's so committed. So I do love that from Eddie Howe, and I think it's been reflected in how we've done under Eddie Howe in terms of how the club has progressed. That hard work, I don't think that would have happened without the hard work he puts in. But yeah, I think at the same time, if he feels like it's something that he needs to kind of maybe evolve, then we'll see. You don't want to be in the job where it's like you're working so hard, it's causing too much stress. And like you
Yeah.
say,
Yeah,
Look after himself.
No,
yeah,
absolutely. But I think it's great when you've got a team that's performing, and I think this season has been very much a transitional season, where new blood coming in, players obviously causing mayhem behind the scenes. No DOF, no CEO. It's been all over the place, and we've said it so many times. You don't get to the top of the tree unless everything is balanced. And that goes all the way through the team and off the field of play. And I think there's been far too much going on, just for him to purely concentrate on what he loves. And unfortunately, for him getting involved in a lot of the transfers in the summer, he's also come under a lot of, attention, and a lot of stick has come his way, for holding his hand up and saying, well, I'll do it. If nobody else is going to do it, I'll do it. And I think sometimes you're absolutely right. You've just got to look after yourself and say, I don't get paid for that. That's not what my contract says. I'm doing my job. Find somebody to do that. I mean, we had that young lad, I can't remember his name now, who came in right at the start, who seemed to be very good, eyeing up a talent. Hammond, that's the one, yeah. Not the one who drives, by the way. And it was for me, these guys are out there. Why could they go back into that contracted, moment and say, listen, for four or 5 months, can you come in and just, steady the ship while we get everything sorted? I mean, listen, we all know Mitchell didn't leave them very much of an option when he gave his notice in, and I think, when he did that, I think there was a number of issues, if you like, but I still think there was enough time to get somebody on board if they were available, and that's always been my mentality. If you don't want to do the job, or you haven't got the tools in your toolbox to do it, then don't do it, because there's only one person who gets the finger pointed at them, and that's the person who's made the mistake. Boys, I don't know whether you want to shoot away or whether you want to stay. I mean, it's entirely up to you. Me and
I'll
Michael
let
are
you
just
back on, Gary.
All right, buddy.
Yeah,
It's been lovely having you. Thank you ever so much.
Get a cup of tea. And enjoy the game, lads. And how are the lads? Enjoy it if you've won as well out there. Cheers.
Take care,
Have a good
everybody.
one.
Thank you, Pete. Thanks, Tim.
Cheers.
See
Catch
you
you in
on
a
the
bit,
next one, mate. Right then, that is it. That was Tim and Peter doing the start of the show. And to be fair, they've stayed on board. Always great feedback from the boys. Michael, I haven't asked how you are today, mate. Are you good?
Yeah, doing well, mate. Thank you very much. How about yourself?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Dodgy finger. Sliced my tip of my finger off with a Stanley blade, which wasn't always the best thing to do. Luckily, I'm left-handed, so I don't have to do
Imagine that
much
was
with my
planned.
right. Yeah. And that's what you get when you're not looking at what you're doing. So my bad.
There's a lesson there for everyone.
There is indeed. Like I say, regarding Qarabag, like I say, there's not much information you can find from them. Like I say, Mohamed Diliev sidelines for a while, not featured in recent squads. Jeremy Nali and Shedaev listed as ineligible for this tie as well. Mustafa Sada reportedly as doubtful due to injury, though exact status may vary. But there is a lad called Kady Borges that seems to have been re-registered or registered part of the UEFA list after his injury and exclusion from the team. But they do go with a 4-2-3-1 according to the predictions. And they have Mateusz Kajalski in goal, a back four featuring Kafakaliev, Medina, Mustafa Zada and Silva. And I think that's the same team that faced us over in Baku. Central mid of Jankovic and Bicalo. Attacking support from Zubair, Montiel and Andrade. And Duran will again remain up front. And again, you look at their team, they didn't offer a great deal until we relaxed. And again, we look very vulnerable at times when we do take our foot off the gas. But I still blame Popey at that front post, if I'm honest with you. I don't really
100%.
think... I don't really think he didn't have a lot to do during the game. I just think he switched off a little bit. Concentration must be there for the whole 90. And while we're talking about keepers, there was a decent article today that I was reading while I was out and about. And I read that Newcastle's main aim, not only in defence, but will be a goalkeeper of some sort. And obviously there's still rumour that Trafford is still high on the wishful list, Christmas list for Eddie Howe, because he's had him in the book for over 2 years now. They don't think, and I can't remember who wrote the headlines, if I'm absolutely honest with you, but it was a really good article, and they said the biggest problem with Newcastle at the minute, there isn't a number one competing with the other number one, which means they are both of an even keel. So Eddie Howe will always pick Pope over Ramsdale because he offers very little else when it comes to that push for the first team shirt. In agreement or none?
I'm not sure I am. I'm not sure either of them are at the level of a Champions League number one, but I think between them, if you look at them overall, they've both got a lot of flaws. But I'd say they're around about the same level. I think Pope does edge it. He is slightly better overall than Ramsdale. You need a shot stopper and net. That's Nick Pope. If again a game like tonight where you're not expecting many shots against you, that's when Aaron Ramsdale come in. You're playing, let's say, against a low block. You're going to need a goalkeeper who can pass out with his feet, maybe be that extra defender to sort of help clear the lines. And when they're on the counter attack, is there just to clear things up quite nicely. And I think Ramsdale does that really well. But at the same time, I'm looking at both keepers, and while I agree, if we had someone the level of another top six goalkeeper, I think that's one of the main differences. Every single top six side has a much better goalkeeper than us. Maybe Chelsea are the one we're closest to, because I'm not a massive fan of them. But even the rest, I think Vicario is better. He's got one main weakness. Everyone's jumped on it, and that is unfortunately from set pieces. But overall, as a keeper, Spurs fans like him. They think he's decent. And to like any player the way they've been playing the last two seasons is a miracle.
It certainly does. And yeah, very interesting show as well. Yourself and the lads doing a look at the Premier League in the early part of the evening when we haven't got live football. Is it 6:30 you start, isn't it? Yeah, 6:30.
6:30
till
8
o'clock. Yeah, just before the early show. So like I say, if you haven't already got involved with that, get involved with that. You have to be a member, by the way, because it is members only. So like I say, there is lots of other shows, and this is Geordie biased to a degree, the show. Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting look and view ahead, if you like. And you guys did a really interesting segment on whereabouts Newcastle will finish on this running. We mentioned it, 44 games already down in this season, with potentially a lot more still to play. Could be a 60-game season, this for Newcastle, if everything goes well. Still a squad short for me, like as in player-wise. I still think there's probably 5 players missing from this squad to class it as a top 4 on a year-to-year, season-to-season base. But I certainly think they can compete in Europe. Definitely, from what you guys are mentioning and everything else, which was very detailed, I still think there's a massive shout for Europe.
Yeah, 100%. I think the biggest thing for us getting Europe is going to be the good run that Brentford have coming up. And if you get, I know we've got 2 home games coming up after that, but Brentford play 3 of the bottom 5 in the next 4 games. So if they win all 3 of those, Newcastle really need to start going on a run in the Premier League together. And you mentioned the squad there. It's very likely that this summer Trippier leaves, Kraft leaves, John Ruddy will be gone, Gillespie, Ramsdale, all out of contract, Matt Targett there as well. But it really wouldn't surprise you if 4 or 5 of their players were shown the door as well. So for me, this summer is one of the biggest in Newcastle's history because it's going to determine whether we grow into a squad that should be challenging for top 6 and top 5 regularly, or one that we're unfortunately going to be stuck in that sort of what Spurs were for a while, where they had overall their squad. It never was as good as the top 4. They had 1 or 2 players who would play for any team in the league, Harry Kane, Son Heung-min, but unfortunately, as a whole squad, they had players that wouldn't get into mid-table sides. Newcastle are getting rid of those players by the looks of things this year. And then I know next year, Murphy, Willock are just 2 that their contracts expire as well. I think there's a lot more of the squad players expiring. So there's a lot going on, but I'm talking about contracts expiring there. You get nothing for those kind of players.
That's the problem,
that's
isn't
a big issue.
Yeah, that's where we're stuck at the minute in this little bit of a round robin. You're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and unfortunately, Robin's pockets are a little bit empty because of the restrictions that come with it. And I think that's the problem with Newcastle. Financially, they don't get rewarded by any sales because they just allow contracts to run down. So they have to find the monies elsewhere. And that's, like I say, one of those jobs that the lads are doing well. I mean, they're the biggest growing club in the Premier League when it comes to commercial business, but there's still a hell of a long way to go. You're still looking at being still halfway behind the big teams above you. And then when you go into that, you're saying we're going to play in catch up, and then they just grow again, don't they? Exactly. And that is the problem. You're always going to be playing catch up. So this for me, like I said, that's why I couldn't quite understand when you've been so successful with the situation that Newcastle find themselves. You've been so successful going into Europe and pulling in some good players. I mean, we have had some excellent players, elite players, you class them as now, I suppose. But they were very good players at the time, yeah? Now, all of a sudden, we've got this situation where with just concentration on Premier proven. Now, for whatever reason, that is Eddie Howe's little, mantle to sit on. You die by the sword, you live by the sword and all that. Why don't we just go back in for these cheap and cheerfuls? We've done it before successfully. Why can't we go and do it again? Not all of them are going to be great. We know that. But the ones that look at Minte. Didn't even put a black and white shirt on. And he's really doing a grand job out in Brighton. Obviously, he's done fantastically well. And if Elanga was to prove himself anywhere near as good as that lad's been in the rest of this season, then you don't mind the price that he came with.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think the thing for me is when we talk about Premier League proven, go back to Eddie Howe's obsession and overall continually thinking he can't get the slightest thing wrong in his mind. You go for players, let's say a Malik Chow. If Malik Chow turned out to be a failure this season, we'd probably be looking at the likes of Spurs and going, right, we don't want them to pick up any points anytime soon because he's been absolutely fantastic. And while most of them have been a success, I think he looks at Premier League proven and thinks, I can build these into the squad a lot quicker than what I can other players. Now, it hasn't worked. I think you look at Elanga, you look at even Ramsey. Ramsey's been really good. I've loved him at Villa. I think he'll be brilliant here. But first half of the season, what we wanted from him, we didn't get. Even Nick Woltemade now, there's some people saying, oh, you've got to sell him in the summer. I don't think we do. I think you've just got to wait a little bit to embed them. And unfortunately, I think Eddie Howe was known from the last season we had where we were in the Champions League and we didn't end up with Europe at all, that we needed players who could embed as quickly as possible if we were to stand any chance of getting Champions League again. It hasn't worked. We took a risk spending more money and unfortunately it hasn't paid off, but that's the Premier League. I actually think if we don't get Europe again this season, he might be more inclined to bring in more players from abroad next season, because we've only got one game a week, more training time. Bring in those players from abroad. It's a lot less of a risk when you've got that training time on the pitch. Now, again, you look at the players we've brought in recently, a lot of people aren't going to trust the process with that. And I think that's rightfully so. We've made mistakes. But I think that was the reason for it. This schedule that we've had this year, it doesn't suit a manager like Eddie Howe at all. And I think he knows that. And that obsession probably leads our transfer strategy as well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's like everything else, isn't it? You're going into this game, well, these types of years, and everybody keeps on coming back and saying, well, other managers can do it. Why can't Eddie Howe? Why can't he? Why does he struggle having 3 games in 8 days? And I think the biggest problem for Eddie, he hasn't got the numbers in depth, even though we've made 7 changes, and it looks as though we've hardly made any changes.
Yeah.
Eddie's squad is so much smaller in size as in quality. When you start losing time on the training field, as the other European managers have done, it doesn't matter as much, because you've still got a lot of players still out of their training, still fringe players to the first team. So if there is any player that becomes a little bit jaded, that becomes a little bit leggy, you've got virtually a like for like coming off the training field, fresh as a daisy, played no actual football apart from kicking a ball in training field, and he plays straight in the way the team is set up to play. So there is still a massive gap for me when it comes to what Eddie's trying to do with this 3 games, in 8 day system. And I'm not saying, like I say, he hasn't got flaws when he's trying to deal with it, because I'm sure he has. But the other thing I was going to ask you then, for me, training them after a game under floodlights at SJP, as we've heard, going on till 10:30, 11:45, when the lads have done a training session, because that is the only time they've got to do a training session. Does that do them any favours?
I think it does, because it gives you a bit of I know it's a warm down. Technically, it's still a training session, but it won't be at the same intensity that we normally do. I know Howe's said in one of his press conferences, I can't remember which one it was, might have even been an after a post match interview, that we aren't training as intensely as what we have been in previous seasons at times. So I think it's one of those of, right, the match is just finished. We need to warm down anyway. Let's put a little training session out there that gets we're ready for the next game. They'll have a little bit of a rest day after that, but that's then picking up where they left off from the night before, and it's not starting fresh. They've got time to sort of think on their rest days and stuff like that. And I think it probably is a necessity, given how we are. It probably doesn't help certain players. I can imagine the likes of Trippier might struggle, but he also might be one of those that benefits from it most, just having a proper session to warm down, because that's how you really pick up injuries. You have your big moments sort of on the pitch. You run yourself into the ground, and then you're back in the dressing room, just walking around. Your body hasn't become accustomed to that, and it hasn't had the chance to sort of recover. And I didn't appreciate that much myself until sort of doing running and stuff like that. So I can only imagine what it's like for a Premier League standard footballer in that intensity. So I do think it helps, but I don't think we'd do it if we only had that 1 game a week.
That 1 game a week, yeah. I mean, like I say, you've just put a good point in there when it comes to next season, when you haven't got that midweek game in Europe, is probably the perfect opportunity to go and dip into the European market to try and grab something. I think that does work its magic. I'm just looking at our mate Fagash Lil out there with Stevie, who's come all the way across the pond from America to watch tonight's game. We'll try and play his video in a moment if I can get it working. So I'll keep my eyes on that one. A lot, for me, Gavin Fuller has put something in the chat, so I'm going to put up on the screen. It seems strange that Mitchell was allowed to leave with very short notice, with no replacement, because he went to one of the Saudi clubs. Did Eddie want to do the transfers with his little team? Well, again, we don't know the full information on this. We don't. According to one rumor, apparently Eddie knew in the summer. Sorry, when I say in the summer, like in the spring, that he was going as he went in June. He was well aware, apparently. There's other rumours saying, well, we didn't know until he handed his notice in, which was it a month before he left? Something like that. Something like that, 6 weeks or something. Listen, I don't know is the question. And I'm sure if Eddie had any idea of how serious and how difficult it would have been to go in there with his nephew, I don't think he would ever go back and do it again, and nor should he, because, like I say, that is a speciality totally on its own. That's like asking the DOF to go and coach a game, isn't it? Go and do training, go on the training field and do a training session for us. It'd be hilarious. It'd be absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, it's. Let's be honest. I think with the short term of what happened after Mitchell, I think it's one of those. Let's be honest. Every time we hear anyone from the back room talk about Newcastle United, it's always the long term, which is why I think we don't do anything like. We try not to overly rely on loans because of that. No one comes in the back room if we don't think they're going to be there for a long time. It's a weird one because I think the board and maybe Eddie Howe as well always have that long-term thought in mind. But with that, there's so many decisions that, like sponsorships, etc., that if you're thinking long-term, they should be in place straight away and you can just build on them. 1-year contracts, just get another one in as you build up, particularly when you've got Champions League money coming in. Because I know that was one of the things that a lot of people were concerned about towards the start of the project. But for me, I think it is just a case of this long-term ideology that we've got in that back room. They looked at Mitchell and went, right, you're not going to be here for the long haul. We're going to try and get someone in who will be. And during that process, they've not found the right fit. And it's took them so long to find that person that it has impacted the club, unfortunately. Whether it's Eddie Howe taking control of things or doing what a director of football should be or not, let's be honest, we don't know. We've only got rumours. But I think it is with the best thoughts of the club in mind, and I can take a bit of peace from that. But it is a concern that, it took us so long to sort out Mitchell. And, he said a bit in advance that he was going to leave, didn't he? It doesn't take longer than a month to find a replacement.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, like I say, I just think there was far too much going on behind the lines, behind the scenes, that none of us really were aware that much, of. I was just having a quick look at some of Qarabag's tactical notes here, which I've found from, again, it's literally, I say notes, it's a sentence. With Mustafzada out, Qarabag's defensive structure will be tested against Newcastle's rotation options. They're expected to be fairly compact and disciplined early, trying to play on the break if they can. I love that. Great tactical notes there. I mean, like I say, all I want tonight, and I'm going to go back to tonight's game because, if I'm honest with you, I get bored of talking about what happened, historical moments that in Newcastle, because we'll be here literally talking until the end of the game on history, because it's never easy being a Newcastle fan, if I'm honest. But again, we've seen both the highs and lows of Newcastle, so let's just have a bit of a deep dive. We've got 15 minutes, I suppose, before the start of kickoff. Fingers crossed we're all synced tonight.
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio.
the voice of the Toon Army, live daily on the website, on YouTube,
on the AB,
and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk.
The voice of the Toon Army.
There you have it. So let's have a look at where we are. Newcastle's recent trajectory encapsulates a side still evolving under Eddie Howe, capable of looking like European heavyweights one week and a work in progress the next. At their best, they are devastating. The 6-1 dismantling of Qarabag was ruthless and efficient. A performance built on aggressive pressing, vertical transitions, and clinical execution in the final third. Likewise, the 3-1 turnaround at Aston Villa demonstrated psychological resilience and in-game tactical adjustment, the kind of composure required in knockout competition. Yet volatility remains embedded in their profile. The 3-2 defeat to Brentford at St James's Park underlined recurring issues in defensive transition, particularly against sides that attack quickly into space. Heavy losses to Manchester City and Liverpool further exposed structural weaknesses when confronted by elite pressing units capable of suffocating build-ups and forcing errors. In attack, the ceiling is high, but the baseline fluctuates. Anthony Gordon and Anthony Elanga inject pace, directness, and ball-carrying threat from wide zones. But chance conversion and sustained control of matches can be inconsistent. The absence of Bruno Guimaraes is tactically significant. His role as both a defensive anchor and progressive distributor is central to Newcastle's rhythm in possession. Without him, the midfield balance shifts. Sandro Tonali's adaptation is progressing, but the chemistry and positional synchronization, I can never say that word, within the central unit remains under refinement. At St James's Park, however, the contextual advantage is real. The intensity of the crowd often elevates tempo and aggression, and in the high-stakes fixture, that psychological edge can be decisive. For all their inconsistencies, Newcastle remain marginal favourites, says the journos. A team with high performance ceilings, still eyeing out the structural details beneath it. It did make me laugh when I read that. We are marginal favourites with a 6-1 lead. I don't know what they're watching, but it certainly wasn't the same game as myself. You agree with those sentiments? That's just a little bits and pieces that I put together from the previous games.
Yeah, to be honest, I completely agree. Obviously, Bruno's a massive miss, but Tonali has stood in that role quite well. You know, given the first leg, we are, you could say, marginal favourites. I think the bookies have it down at 1-9. So that, I think that's the biggest I've seen in a while. So, or probably since Man City Exeter. So that tells you everything. Then I think, let's be honest, up front is probably where we've had the biggest inconsistencies for me, and the only thing I can say is we've been consistently inconsistent, because the consistency is getting the ball out of the wings, getting crosses in as much as what we can, but the consistency of quality on those crosses is absolutely dreadful, and that's where we've struggled, in my opinion. So yeah, I agree with a lot of it, but I'd say the attack has been the real issue for me, and other than, you know, the easy mistakes we make at the back, passing the ball straight to top position players, but you can't really plan for that.
No,
I want to see us be a little bit less one-dimensional going forward in attack.
Yeah, that is exactly it, mate. I think that you've hit the nail on the head. You know, sometimes you cannot account for individual errors that lead on to shots at goal. Percentage-wise, like we said, there's only so many shots a keeper will stop. Trouble is, we've always looked at our keeper and just wanted a little bit more. You know, if you can get your fingers to it, you can get your hand to it, type of situation. And it just seems to always evade us. But I like I say, I mean, I am invested heavily into this season, and like I say, it is a little bit of a transitional season, and it's never going to be an easy one. I expected it. I said it at the start of the season. This could be one of those years where we are the almost run, where we are still in touching distance, but never quite reach it. A bit like Popey. He's in touching distance, but never quite reaches it.
Mounty gets a hand on and doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. Or the underarm. It's this part. His forearm, isn't it? Yeah. If you get, what the heck are you doing, lad? Impossible sometimes. I mean, like I say, I just I just want the lads to go out there and enjoy it tonight. Just give it. They should be relaxed, surely. Talk about professionalism. They should be relaxed. The momentum should be there. They should make Qarabag run and chase the ball. They have the better players. They have the quality where it counts. Do you think, as you said there, with Ramsdale coming out and being that extra defender at times, that will allow the likes of Alex Murphy and Trippier to play a little bit higher up the field? Because the one thing that Alex Murphy seems to be not struggling with, because again, we don't know what tactics Eddie Howe gives him when he comes in to the first team. That hasn't happened a lot, to be fair. So again, it may be a heavy criticism on me because I've only seen him in the first team once. But he didn't seem to get over the halfway line. And again, I don't know whether that was a tactical decision or whether that was just the lads, like a rabbit in headlights.
Yeah, it's a fair point. And I think actually, because of that, you make a great point. It wouldn't surprise me if Alex Murphy starts at centre-back and Dan Burn plays left-back, because, we do see Burn overlap Barnes on occasion, and he does put in some pretty good crosses for a man of his stature and ability on the ball. So he's not wasted there going forward. The worry for me is, obviously, you look at that back line, Trippier, Botman, Burn, Alex Murphy. It might genuinely be the slowest back four I've ever seen for Newcastle, and there's some contenders up there, definitely. So if Qarabag do actually catch us on the break a little bit, I know Trippier and Alex Murphy, we want them to get a little bit higher up the pitch, but could actually cause us some problems. And the one thing we don't want to do is end up with a result that goes down as maybe the most embarrassing of all time. If Newcastle can't break down Qarabag, which we absolutely should, but you don't want to. I think that's why he hasn't gone with too many youngsters from the start. I think professional performance in the first half, maybe we change it up in the second, but Alex Murphy or Dan Burn or whichever one it is on the left, and Trippier getting a bit further forward. The only way I see that happening is if Tonali goes a bit deeper again and we almost sit with that back three, because neither of the three are any good at getting back from advanced positions.
Yeah, there is that one. Lee McFarlane has got a good one here, mate. Love the way Michael always looks like he's acknowledging his subjects on his left and right, like the king on the balcony. Majestic.
The thing is, I saw it. I checked the stream and I went, "Oh, I do that." Oh, no.
I think you've got monitors either side, you see. So I think you're looking at monitors, because I've got them to my right, you see. So guys out in viewerland will often see me just check my mirrors only to the right when I'm pulling out. So I've always got a couple of screens just so I can see we're still live, and that's the go-to, if I'm honest with you. Everything in front of me is just news and gossip. And you lovely people, obviously, because I wouldn't be nowhere without you. What else did I say? I did see something else was in there. I can see Christina's in there. Thank you ever so much for joining us, everybody. And here we go. The CT Mag is with us, obviously. The man in the background, by the way, congrats to the old school members on getting the Kevin Keegan badges. That's a long time being a member. Big thanks. Yeah, great to have you on board. Like I say, excellent if you've reached that member. I was going to ask you, two birthday boys celebrating today. Obviously, we've got Jacob Murphy celebrating his birthday, so he starts. But the other one, who bagged 4, he's on the bench. Do you reckon the party mood is in the second half for Mr. Gordon to come on and get closer to Mbappe?
Oh yeah, I think Gordon will be gutted that he's not on the pitch today, because this is the game you look at and go, this is where I can stat pad if you're a player like Anthony Gordon. And to be honest, I'm not sure what the record is for an English player in goals in the Champions League. I've got no doubt it's probably held by Harry Kane over the last 2 seasons. But Anthony Gordon will be looking at some of the records and going, I want to break them. And it's why I was so surprised in the first leg, after half time, that he was just anonymous. Because we were sitting there and genuinely thinking he could be the first player to score 5 goals in a Champions League game. It didn't happen. I wouldn't like to have heard some people's reactions if it did, because he's a very much a Marmite player for us. It was certainly would have stoked some debate, but it would have been lovely to see. And I think Gordon, the player that he is, whether you think he's got an ego or if he's just driven to be the best he can be, he'll know what those records are, and he'll know he's very close to breaking them. And it wouldn't surprise me if we make the substitutes we make are mainly younger players coming on, and then Anthony Gordon just in the middle of them.
Yeah, it was. Kenny just told me, he says, oh, "Is Gary on a run using a fake name?" And then I realised I'd got Boki underneath my hand. I've totally not even seen it. So thanks, Kenny, for highlighting that one. There's a lot of people already on the tipple out there in viewerland and in the chat. So well done. Enjoy it, whatever you got. I've got apple juice. There you go. Nothing.
Lovely water for me.
Yeah, they say nothing big tonight. Got a headache, so nothing big. Here we go. Howe and Jason Tyndall. I've been called worse, and I want to know which one of us is Mad Dog. It is, like I say, it's an interesting one for me with the likes of Anthony Gordon, because, like I say, I think he was, again, I read today that he was the quickest to 10 goals, Englishman, that is, in European competition. And again, his Premier League form just isn't anywhere near what his Champions League form is. That obviously shows the difference in calibre of defenders that you're up against, different tactics set out by coaches, especially coming to St James's Park, where you think they're always going to be, on the offensive. Newcastle, we've come up against some really stiff defences this season.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly in the league. And Anthony Gordon got a lot of stick for saying, teams are just more open in the Champions League. It's better football. Basically slating the way things are in the Premier League, and I think that is a large part of it. Champions League, everyone wants to win. Nobody wants to play poor football on that big occasion and end up coming away embarrassed because you've been beaten and not played well. In the Premier League, 38 games. Right, if we keep all of them tight, we're going to win. Let's say win 13, draw 13, lose 12. Something like that. I had to do the maths in my head as that goes. That's not a good sign. It's not a good sign. I would have been able to do that easy back in the day, but not anymore. I think Champions League's a completely different beast, and I think we've seen that this season. Athletic Bilbao, I think in the La Liga, when you watch them, they are a little bit more defensively minded, set up on the counter-attack. Coming to St James's Park, they didn't do a lot, but they certainly didn't sit back. They were trying to get forward, although it was mainly through sort of long balls, getting down the wing at times. And then if they could play out, they would. But we pressed quite nicely as well. So I do think it's a part of the Champions League sort of culture that you don't play that way. And in Premier League, everyone just wants to pick up every single point they can.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there was three big heavyweights on the side of the field. One was talking to Anthony Gordon, which was Wayne Rooney. And obviously you got Les Ferdinand and Big Alan was on the sidelines having a chat. I certainly wouldn't mind them three playing for us tonight. Even as old as they are, that would be a laugh and a half. There has been, I don't know whether you saw, the Antonio Cassano sparked a little bit of outrage after his scathing assessment, on Sandro Tonali. I mean, for me, it's been lovely watching Sandro play without Bruno. He seems a free spirit. He seems as though he's got his mojo back. He's the tempo king in the middle of the park. He hasn't got anybody else wanting the ball as much as he is. And I think, when you're putting two players, we said before, it's the Lampard and Gerrard situation. Can they play together? Well, we often found they couldn't in international level.
Yeah.
Have we got a similar situation going on at Newcastle with Tonali and Bruno?
Yeah, I don't think so as much, but what I do think is Cassano has said that based off the way Italy have performed, while Tonali, and it wasn't just Tonali, it was Barella as well. And what I think is, obviously, Cassano was there, an Italian player, for some very, very good days for Italy. Obviously, not as good these days. I think Tonali and Barella were both there when they got knocked out by North Macedonia in a playoff. they're having to go through another playoff now. I think that frustration's just sort of got one ahead of him, and he's taken it out on those key players because, let's be honest, you look at that Italy side, Tonali and Barella ain't the problem. It's
the problem.
almost
No, not at
everyone
all.
else.
Yeah,
There's
you're right.
4 or
absolutely.
5 great players in there, but the rest wouldn't be Italy quality.
No, there's certainly some good players at the minute under the microscope with Big Minx chatting and Thierry Henry shouting at them from the studio as we're looking. Ronaldo, the original cracking player in his time. Again, I'm sure he can still do a bit, if I'm honest with you.
Probably against Qarabag, eh?
I'm going to say, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they could quite easily bag a few goals against these lot tonight. We're probably a little bit behind where we need to be. I've just had a message come through saying we've kicked off. We haven't yet. I'm going to update because I don't want to miss the start. So, have you got anything on your side, Michael?
No, I was just in exactly the same boat as you. I'd actually thought I was a little ahead, but I have refreshed it while looking at kickoff.
We are.
Right
We
now.
are just kicking off now. There you go. Hey, here we are then. We're off. We're underway. Again, Qarabag in blue tonight. I thought they played in black away from home, but obviously there's referee has said no to that. Newcastle in the usual black and white shirts and white shorts and white socks, which makes them nice and bright. Again, probably under the guidance of the referees. Again, it's Alex Murphy getting an early touch from Dan Burn. Well. Murphy is definitely, playing left back through to Botman, playing right centre back as we speak. Down the line to Murphy, and again back to Trips. Again, it's all of the blue shirts of Qarabag sitting deep in their own half, allowing Trippier just to try and dig the ball over the top now for the likes of Murphy to get onto. He has managed to get onto the ball, but unfortunately couldn't get out of his feet and get that ball into the box. Lots of white and black shirts there. And then the pass from Trippier just goes out of play from Murphy, and it's a Qarabag scoreline. Do you want to do that one, buddy?
Yep, random access gifted 1 NUFC Talk TV membership. Thank you very much, buddy. And that has gone to Jobadoni. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the exclusive content that you get, and hopefully you see enough that makes you want to stay. Thank you very much, random access, and welcome, Jobadoni.
Yeah, we're back with Burn, out to Alex Murphy again, sitting comfortable on the ball at the minute. No pressure from the blue shirts of Qarabag, Sven Botman, and just comfortable on the ball. Tonali gets the ball and feeds back to Botman, who then decides to go out to the left-hand side, and Harvey Barnes now, who gets it under control. Harvey Barnes now just plays the ball square to Tonali, back out to Alex Murphy, who has drifted further down the field, if I'm honest with you, which is good to see.
He's brought that halfway line that you were mentioning.
Yeah, nosebleed service there. Trippier plays the ball into Woltemade, who's found a pocket of space there, gets it out of his feet, plays it on the outside, and Murphy was just in front of that ball, but he does get there, and he gets it, the tackle in from the Qarabag player, and it's out for a Newcastle throw-in, high up the field of play in the attacking zones. Again, it's exactly what we thought in the first 3 minutes, mate. It's all Newcastle.
Yeah, Eddie Howe smiling on the sideline there as it goes out of play as well. Good to see him smiling during the game. You can see the pressure's off a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. Back to Alex Murphy, who sits deep, plays it again square to Tonali, who tries to get the ball over the top, but that is too square, and it's gone straight to a Qarabag player, but he can only head it straight back to Trippier. Again, Trippier now out on the outside, and J7 plays the ball square to Dan Burn. Again, Newcastle pressing high up the field of play, but they're coming back to Alex Murphy, who's now gone to left centre-back. I think there's going to be a lot of rotation between himself and Dan Burn. Again, the ball comes over from Trippier to Alex Murphy. Oh, the takedown on Barnes there.
Yeah,
from Mr. Bolt.
Had a bit of a howler in the first leg, didn't he? Couldn't seem to handle Newcastle, and first 4 minutes have probably implied we're going to see exactly the same once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder whether they've learned something from the training field. We saw this similar position with the shove offside against Manchester City. Let's see if something different happens. Oh, they've gone square to Trippier this time. Back out to Tonali, though. Again, halfway into the final third, Tonali comes inside, makes a good run towards that D. Nice give and go, and here we go. Oh, Dan Burn shoots, Barnes to the back stick. Oh, Osula, Tonali! Get in! Tonali on the 6-yard line. It's 1-0 Newcastle on 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was very, very easy for Newcastle. Nice little ball in. I'm not sure. I think it's Asula who has the shot, which is brilliantly saved once again by the keeper. He made a few of those in the first leg. And Sandro Tonali taps home to give Newcastle an early lead. Can we bring the kids on now?
I'm going to say. I must admit, that looked a bit shocking, that defensive line up there. There were so many players available, wasn't there? And it was quite nice play, build up with Tonali, just sees the space and drives into it, takes the ball then inside towards the D on the diagonal, passes it lovely to Woltemade. Dan Burn has the first shot, ricochets out of Harvey Barnes, who feeds it back. Again, it's headed by Asula, and the keeper makes a good save for the Asula attempt. On target. Oh, it was handball, actually. Did you see that?
Yeah, the hand up there.
Yeah, it was handball, actually, from the Asula header. There you go.
Just, one there as well. Joe Bedoni has gifted a sub after getting membership Thursday, after getting one himself. Thank you very much, mate. That's absolutely fantastic spirit. And that is gone for V for Vendetta, one of our regulars. Oh, and the ball's in it. It's 2.
It's 2! Straight from the kickoff. It's J7. Didn't even see that. It was literally showing you the repeat. The ball's come down the left-hand side. The ball's flicked in again to that right-hand side of the 6-yard box. In-step volley, J7.
Yeah, it's a great volley as well. And genuinely, we didn't even know it kicked off. The first thing we see, I'm sitting here reading the chat. I look at the side of my eye. There's a ball crossed in, and J7 volleys it in the back of the net. Brilliant. It's happened again.
It's happened, and it's happening. Like I say, they get punished trying to play out from the back. It's pretty sloppy play, and the press is from Dan Burn, to be fair. He's high up the field of play. Player falls to the floor. Woltemade again involved. Gives it to Dan Burn, who beautiful little ball with his left foot, literally square to the back of the 6-yard box. And J7 meets it absolutely perfectly with the instep volley. And it's past the keeper. He's passed it before he moves, actually. But it is 2-0. Wow, this could be a cricket score.
Yeah, absolutely. The T20 World Cup's on right now, and this scoreline's going to represent some of those. But to be honest, I don't think Qarabag are taking a wicket, so that's going to stay as a 0. But they've been absolutely terrible in these opening stages. We talked about learning your lessons from the openings, from the first leg. What are they doing?
Incredible, if I'm honest with you. Trying to play out from the back on the press. Again, Newcastle hunting in packs to try and win that ball as high up the field as they can. And the defender then just turns to face his own defenders, the defensive midfielder. And before you know it, he's fallen to the ground with very little press from the Newcastle players. Well done. Right ball down the line again for Jacob Murphy to run after. And again, Murphy just puts a hand in the back of Medina, and it's a free kick to Qarabag. Jacob Murphy smiling, giving him a handshake. Look at his face here. Andy Gordon biting the bottom lip. He's thinking, I could have a hat-trick here again tonight.
Yeah, he definitely could. He still could, even if he comes on at half-time. I was just checking the biggest aggregate wins in Champions League history. Bayern Munich 12, Sporting Lisbon 1 in the last 16 in 2008-09.
Right.
Now, the way it's gone so far, you wouldn't... The Newcastle are 4 goals away, 83 minutes to go, not including added time. It could happen.
Wow. Cuffy saying he's listening to a Spanish commentary who just sang a Sandro song in the tune of the Restaurante advert song. And now he's just sang a Joe Linton song in the tune of the Copacabana. That must be interesting. Very interesting. And we are off again. It's Ramsdale now picking the ball up. And again, he goes long and diagonal out towards Alex Murphy. Again, it comes off Mr. Bolt's head. Somebody says, I wonder whether he's related to Bernie the Bolt. Well, the way he's playing, it's probably his brother. Oh, Dan Byrne with a bit of heavy
I think
touch there.
Bernie's better at football.
Yeah, exactly.
It's horrible. These will be good
Ramsdale.
for the Azerbaijani league.
Again, gets the ball out. And again, it's a bit of a dodgy pass to Botman, but he does get it back, Botman, from Trippier. Burns played an indecisive couple of balls there. He played one just in front of Tonali, and he then realised he hadn't put enough meat on the grill. Had to get him back himself. Again, ball over the top, and Medina now picks the ball up, goes all the way back to the keeper of Qarabag, who plays it along the floor again under the press of Woltemade. Montiel this time down this right-hand side, again, just trying to look for options further forward in a blue shirt. And again, Dan Byrne does well, gets the ball back, gives it to Tanto Tonali. J7 now feeds the ball back into the Newcastle half for Botman. Botman again to J7, and J7 just falls on his bottom, but he does manage to get the ball back to Botman. Tonali now. Byrne. Yeah, some nice controlled football here from Newcastle. Again, just taking the time on their approach. A nice little half turn there from Sandro. Gets a yard of space and then plays in Murphy, who tries to feed it in first time, and that's deflected for a corner. Interesting.
Medina down there. Looked like him and Murphy collide a little bit as Murphy made that cross. Newcastle obviously looks like we're getting the better of the deal there. With the corner, yes, we are. But for me, it's there's only one player at Qarabag who I'm really looked at over the last the 100 minutes and thought there's any quality there whatsoever, and that has to be Johnny Montiel on the ball there.
Montiel.
He looks like a bit of a tidy player, but other than him, I'm not worried about. I know it's one I shouldn't be, but. He looks quality, but none of the rest of them look up that standard. Short corner here, and it's
short,
terrible.
But again, Trippier tried to play in Barnes there, but he didn't get it. And Ramsdale comes all the way out to the centre circle and gives the ball to J7. Woltemade there with a feint, turns the ball well, plays the ball in the lines to try and get Asula going. But again, Medina wasn't sure whether to go back or turn. I think that was Bolt, actually, not Medina. I'm giving him a bit of a injustice there. We are literally 2-0 up. 8-1 on aggregate now. Tonali 4 minutes, Joe Linton on 6 minutes. Turnaround has been exactly as it was a week ago.
Yeah, I don't think it's been a surprise as such. The only thing that's been a surprise to me is how Qarabag were playing out from the back in the first 5 minutes. You know, they had to have learnt their lessons. They haven't. They're now 8-1 down and could be on track for one of the biggest whoopings in Champions League history, but they don't seem to be playing it out as much. Yeah, Alex Murphy.
Alex Murphy there. Yeah, absolutely. A ball from the central midfielder trying to play out down this right-hand side, and it was seen by Alex Murphy. He was the first one to react, and he goes and tries to take the player down the line, which is great confidence, if I'm honest with you. Dan Byrne now picks the ball up. Again, it's exactly what we want to see from the Newcastle lads, just to try and keep that tempo and memento going. Woltemade again now plays the ball square to Trippier, just inside the Qarabag half, down to Murphy now. Murphy gets it out of his feet. Again, he's got options inside. Decides to go outside to Trippier, back to J7. Now, again, these lovely triangles. There's a nice ball from Tonali there to try and pick out Murphy. But again, Murphy getting a little bit too juicy, a bit closer than he needed to be, if I'm honest with you.
It felt a bit soft, that though, didn't it? Player didn't really have that much pressure on him. He's gone down. I mean, we see it in the Premier League all the time, but quite soft. Murphy, you know, he's a bit like Joe Linton in the fact of he'll make those silly fouls when needed and when not needed, should I say. But it's been a bright start from Newcastle. Probably what we expected, in all honesty. But have you seen anything from Qarabag that's impressed you yet, or
nothing? Not a thing. Like I say, they've been one of those teams that have been. Like I say, you wouldn't want to do the same thing twice, or you wouldn't expect them to do the same thing twice, and yet that's all they've done. They've just literally seem to have put the same boots on they wore last week when they lost 6-1 and tried again. And it, like I say, just hasn't worked for them. And they have been very, like I say, very stuck in that back line. Seems at the minute, very little options. I can give you some other scores. Atletico Madrid beating Club Brugge, that's full time. Leverkusen Olympiacos, it's still 0-0. Inter and Bodo Glimt is still 0-0. And obviously Newcastle and Qarabag is 2-0 to Newcastle as the game continues into the 15th minute. Again, there was a chance there into the box for Harvey Barnes, brings it to Asula, just couldn't get it down Asula on the 6-yard line. And again, it was cleared hurriedly from Qarabag to try and get it gone.
Yeah, it looked like a couple of appeals for handball, but let's be honest, they're never giving anything like that. And if it was, actually, it's Champions League. They might give anything at the minute. We don't know we know what they're like. We've been on the wrong side of it and the right side of it, but fully dominant from Newcastle, and now they're on the left-hand side looking to get another.
Harvey Barnes again beats Montiel down that left-hand side, runs into the box on the diagonal. There may be a clip on the shoe there, but again, referee says carry on. Again, it's Byrne who gets the ball back to Trippier from that head, and Trippier goes all the way back to Ramsdale, who, again, on the diagonal, able to feed Dan Byrne with acres of space to exploit. Alex Murphy now picking the ball up, and again, not tempting anything dangerous, just keeps the ball in play. And the ball is back with Ramsdale. Botman now. Again, no press from the blue shirts of Qarabag. Trippier.
No surprise there, really, given the first 15 minutes as the
J7. And again, it's Newcastle just literally playing. Well, I reckon they play harder in training than they are at the minute, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, more intent, put it that way. Again, Botman trying that percentage ball. It wasn't a good ball, but straight to Alex Murphy. Again, there's just the balls out of defence are very, very poor. J7 now playing a different role tonight in that inside right position. Goes past half a dozen players. And again, it was a cross-come shot from J7 who were dancing through a number of blue shirts there. He certainly looked like Twinkle Toes there.
Yeah, mental, isn't it? When Joe Linton could go on those kind of runs and look like a world beater. Showing the replay on for the Barnes tackle here. There's not much. There's not a lot in that. Obviously, there seems to be a slight touch on the toe. There's a player on the side with his hands on him, but not enough contact for me. What did you think?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, to be fair, it looked like Harvey Barnes was looking for that, and it seemed as if he dragged his foot onto the player's foot, if I'm honest with you. If there was any contact there. Ball on the diagonal to Trippier, who again tries to play the ball forward to try and find Murphy, but it wasn't the best ball from Trippier. And again, Medina not having any luck with Murphy there, getting pressed high up the field. And again, it's a throw into Qarabag. Deep in their own half.
They'll be looking just to calm things down a little bit, won't they? The crowd are still chanting Eddie Howe's Black-and-White Army. Let's be honest, they don't need much motivation. They could 2-0 up on the day, 8-1 on aggregate. It's 10 minutes without a goal, but...
Yeah, Bolt now. He's got a bit of a bolt about him, if I'm honest with you. He's quite quick. Montiel now picks the ball up for Qarabag, coming on the inside. Again, trying to find Duran, but he slips at the wrong moment, really, for that ball to progress. And it's back in Newcastle's midst, with Dan Byrne now playing it out to Harvey Barnes, just inside the Newcastle half. Again, allowed to run into Qarabag territory. Tonali picking the ball up and again just giving little gives and goes with Alex Murphy. Goes back to Dan Byrne. Again, at this present moment in time, Alex Murphy doesn't look tested by Montiel, who's playing on this right-hand side.
No, what I would be saying is this is a great example of why you can bring on Leo Shahar, in my opinion, because we mentioned there Montiel looks like Qarabag's best player, but Murphy's doing okay against him. There's no doubt that Shahar on the other side would arguably look just as comfortable because they're not doing anything.
Well, they're right back. And if I'm honest with you, Zubair, who I thought was probably their best player than what I've seen, Again, it seems as though he only wants to turn up when the going gets good. He doesn't really want to work hard when the going isn't going so good, you know. And being 8-1 down in aggregate, and apologies, somebody had corrected me. They said Atletico Madrid won 7-1 in aggregate. That's correct. It was just tonight's results I was giving you.
7-4 in aggregate, 4-1
7-4
today.
Yeah, tonight. Yeah. Harvey Barnes now picks the ball up, plays it into Tonali. Dan Burn, who again goes square to Botman, who's got a bit more time to pass the ball up. And I don't think that was the intention, to be fair, but it was nearly a very, very good ball through the lines into Murphy's path. Murphy just leaves the ball for Trippier, who again goes deep with that ball to Botman. Botman goes square now to Dan Burn, who's again got so much space in front of him as the blue shirts of Qarabag all disappear into the penalty box. And again, it's not the best cross in the world I've seen from Harvey Barnes, but it's not really headed that clear either. And again, Dan Burn trying to get something out of there. Duran doing well there to turn Dan Burn, gives it to Montiel just inside the Qarabag half. And again, time for Qarabag now to have a feel of the ball that they're playing with, because they haven't had much joy in the first 20 minutes, mate.
No, absolutely not. And Newcastle not applying a press at all until Trippier's just tried to there as they played a pass into almost the final third, not quite. Joe Linton now trying to apply on, but Newcastle not doing too much off the ball to disrupt Qarabag, because realistically we know they're just going to make the mistakes themselves. It might happen here, actually. The goalkeeper dawdling on the ball. That would have been perfect timing. Osula closes him down. Goalkeeper, I'm not sure what he's doing. He spends far too much time on the ball. Osula not even really sprinting to break him down. Just a nice little jog in there. Goalkeeper manages to kick it against Osula and get the goal kick, but another dangerous one. In fact, he doesn't. He tries to turn and Osula gets tackling.
Yeah, it's shocking. According to platforms out there, they've got them set up, and he's probably right, actually, from what I've been watching, as a 3-4-2-1 Qarabag, which is interesting, coming to St James's Park, with Medina and Husinov and Silva playing the three, with Kafargailiev, Jankovic, Piccolo, who I think has made the mistake for the goal, and Danny Bolt playing on that right-hand side, with Montiel and Zuber playing on the inside left and right, respectfully, and Duran up top. So that's the way they've set it up. And to be fair, from what I've seen, the wing-backs, which is Kafaguliev and Bolt, have sat in as a 5 at the back rather than playing as a 3 at the back, if I'm honest with you. And it's allowing Newcastle so much space and time and open ground to play the ball around the blue shirts of Qarabag. So again, not really anything they can do. They go too defensive. Newcastle play in front of them. If they commit bodies forward, Newcastle play behind them. So it's a really tough job for their coach, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. When you play a team that is levels above you, if you get 1% of your tactic wrong, you're probably on a hiding. So I think for them, realistically, he'll just be saying now, look, we've just got to kind of sit back, absorb the pressure where we can. They don't seem to be doing too much. Let's just launch it forward and try and get 3 or 4 players around their centre-backs when they have the ball. And which, to be fair, they have done. They've tried to do that at least. When we've Dan Burn or Botman's had the ball, you've seen them press a little bit, but as soon as it goes out wide, or Newcastle get beyond that first initial press, it's every man behind the ball. Let's just stop this from being the worst in history, I think is the memo there.
Yeah, we certainly don't want that wooden spoon. It's now with Murphy, who's come inside. He plays it back to Botman, who goes out to Trippier. Again, no real pressure from any Qarabag player. Tonali gives it back to Botman, and Dan Burn with acres of grass to actually turn his body on. And again, Alex Murphy had gone maraudering past Harvey Barnes there to give him some support, but just gets the ball taken off his toe for a throw-in. It's back with Dan Burn. Tonali now, and there's J7 making a late run, but Tonali decides to go square to Botman, just on the halfway line. Botman goes through the middle there to J7. J7 out to Trippier. Trippier now picking the ball up, gives it back to J7, playing that inside right. Change of position for J7, and he's looking very sharp. J7 again with neat feet, gives it into Murphy. Murphy again trying to get that early ball in, and it was just Medina who gets his toe into it, and it's deflected out for a throw-in. I like what I'm seeing from J7 in that inside right position, dude.
Yeah, he seems to be playing well, and I think, well, we'll be playing probably more of a classic 4-4-2, won't we, with Tonali on the other side. But I think Joe Linton's one of those players when he has a bit of time on the ball, he's absolutely fantastic. But when you need him to play that sort of killer pass, that's where he often struggles. I haven't needed that today. So all he's really needed is to sort of boss his way through. I mean, Anthony Gordon was too physical for Qarabag in the first leg. I can only imagine what they'll be like with J7 running through. And, well, we've seen it a couple of times. Not great.
It's them veins, mate. It's them veins. Frightens the life out of anybody when you see them veins in his leg.
Oh, yeah. I've said a lot of bad things about him over the years. I wouldn't say a single one of them to his face, I'll tell you that.
No, exactly. Yeah, just smile and shake his hand. Again,
thank you for everything you've done.
Exactly. You've been a great servant. Ball down the line. Been a good play here from the blue-shirted Qarabags, but well watched and ran back there from Murphy. And again, Woltemade is a little bit lax there getting to that ball from Murphy, and it's giving the ball straight back to Jankovic. And again, Al-Zabir just trying to pick the ball up on the edge of the box on the inside left position. Again, Qarabag having a bit of play now, and Newcastle just having a breather. Silva getting forward a little bit from that centre-back position. Newcastle drop into a five.
I don't know if you can hear, but our fans are all laying every time they make a pass.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I love it. Oh, hey! Yeah, that's quality. And you know, I mean, like I say, there's 100. I think about just 100 fans. I think that have got tickets for tonight's match from Qarabag. So, you know, I mean, you know, they're not going to have great support. I mean, like I say, at home they only have 5,000 turn up for home games. Well, that's a lie. I think it's just under 6,000, 5,800. I think it was the figures, and obviously because of the crowd being a little bit more of a swell, they have obviously utilised the international stadium rather than their own ground for the European competition.
Yeah, credit to them for making the trip, to be honest, that 100, because 6-1 down from a game at your own turf, you'd be coming to, well, they're probably the same 100 that went to Anfield and watched them ship 6. They're probably looking at this game and going, genuinely, we're coming over to watch a battering, but it's going to be fun and games, so let's do it anyways. And I love that from away support. So
absolutely. Yeah, they were all with their, obviously, pyrotechnics coming through, being frog marched up by the Northumberland police on the way to the ground. And you can imagine their rules over there are probably a little bit different to ours when it comes to flares. That's a poor ball from Botman. And again, Zubair plays the ball out to that left-hand side. And Giranu tries to square the ball again back to Zubair, but he was offside. So it's all of nothing there from Qarabag. Again, it was a very poor ball from Botman.
Yeah, he's passing so far. He's tried to make some incisive passes. Just needs to keep it a bit more basic, a little bit more simple. Because what we're seeing is, I don't know if it's match sharpness, but at the minute, he isn't capable of playing those passes. Just tone it down, go back to the basics, and you'll be fine. But he's just not doing that at the minute.
Ball up towards Asula from Tonali there. And again, it's headed clear by Qarabag, and big J7 gets his toe to it, and it's out for a throw-in just inside the Newcastle half for Qarabag. I thought he did well there, J7, keeping that in play, and it was going to fall to Alex Murphy, but just a little bit too far in front of him. So they do give possession back. It's dropped off the tempo a little bit in the last 20 minutes, if I'm honest with you, with chance creation for Newcastle, allowing Qarabag a little bit of time on the ball, hence their Olays.
Yeah, I think it's, to be honest, it's kind of what I expected the game to be, the tempo from the start. So I'm glad we came up with that initial tempo in the first 10 minutes just to sort of see the game out and go, right, we're going to make sure we don't embarrass ourselves here. Let's get an early lead and then, we can slow things down. So I'm glad we've done that first, but I kind of expected it to not be all guns blazing, particularly after the first leg. This is the rest, really, isn't it?
It is. It is. The ball is on that left-hand side. Again, Zabir playing, Montiel now playing inside the penalty area of Newcastle. Apologies if you can hear my puppy in the background. It was a shot there from Qarabag.
Yeah, he just wants Qarabag to attack, to do something. That's all it is. A bit of encouragement for those Azerbaijani fans in the stands. And to be honest, it's not too far off the position where they scored in the first leg. So credit to Ramsdale for actually getting behind that one.
Yeah. I think that was a square ball rather than a shot on target, though, to be fair. But they do get a corner out of it, Qarabag. Again, it's short and hit into the box of silver there with a head, but it's just glancing wide of the Ramsdale's right-hand post. Gets up well there against Alex Murphy, to be fair.
Yeah, he does. It's
J7. It was J7, not Alex Murphy. I do beg your pardon.
It was, yeah. Although it looks like it sort of rolls down his down his shirt. To be honest, it hits him in the face and then almost rolls off his body. Weirdly enough, it's another corner for them. So it must have ruled off J7.
J7's back. Yeah, ball comes in towards the penalty spot from the outswinger, but again, it's headed clear. But back to Jankovic again, square. There's not many. They're not tight on the players in the penalty area, and I think that's. As much as we're 8-1 up, you still want to go away with Ramsdale with a clean sheet. That will be one for the books.
Yeah, only second in the Newcastle shirt, I believe, if that happens. But it should happen as well, let's be honest. No disrespect to Qarabag, but I think they've scored one goal in England before today. And Newcastle have a free kick there. Qarabag had the ball. Murphy did well to try and win it back. Got a kick in the back of the leg. And Newcastle have a free kick just into the Qarabag half. So a very, very... I'll look at it here, actually. Yeah, Murphy does really well, actually, and just a small kick in the back, as I say, from Medina. But yeah, we're doing okay. I'm not expecting much. We've just sort of it's a bit lax at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's management now, isn't it? It's about not running, let the ball do the work, and see what comes of it. And like I say, they've. I've just had a report that Qarabag's match was postponed in Azerbaijan, apparently in midweek, for whatever reason. That's interesting.
Well, it can't have been to prepare them for today, because I think they were very, very prepared for a hammering, or at least given how they started the game. The weather or anything over there, though, couldn't it?
It could be. It could be. Like I say, I didn't quite get the full extent of the conversation that was being put out there by Connor. I'm sure we can have a look at it at the half time as we are 33 minutes in, and Newcastle 2, Qarabag 0, and it's 8-1 on aggregate. With Dan Burn again, lots of grass to run towards the halfway line. Gives it to Botman, out onto that right-hand side with Kieran Trippier now. Tonali drops into the space and picks that ball up again, just plays it simple. Again, looking for runners behind. Asula is questioning Tonali about getting the ball over the top. Not really been involved a lot at the minute, Asula. Woltemade again trying to dance his way on. It's more like a break dancer there on his knees, wasn't he? He wasn't...
yeah, the Australian one from the Olympics as well. Not a very good one.
Not a great one, yeah.
But I just took a look there of what Connor sent. It actually was because Qarabag are representing the country in the Champions League, so they gave them a bit extra time to prepare. So I can't imagine the board of the Azerbaijani Premier League looked at the first 7 minutes and went, yep, that was worth it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a bit embarrassing that they've done it and then had that start, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible. Incredible. I mean, it's like I said, it's as if To me, it just reminds me of, like I say, a training match. There's very little commitment, and like I say, we could just do with getting hold of the ball a little bit more. And when we get it back here, look, we look very good in this like halfway line, because like I say, there's no press from a blue shirt of Qarabag. But then when it gets a bit further forward, we seem to be a little bit void of ideas. Again, it's breaking those low blocks, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And Kenny's just put a great point in the chat as well. Why did they land at 10-3 in the morning today if they've not had a game at the weekend to prepare for, and all they've been thinking about is Newcastle? It's really baffling, actually.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What on earth is that? Newcastle playing a dangerous ball into midfield. Botman again. Terrible passing from him so far. I think it was Montiel who picks it up on the halfway line, tries a first-time shot, and honestly, it was so poor, it didn't even make it to the box before Ramsdale just came and picked it up. So, yeah, not much of a threat there.
Nothing at all. Woltemade there picking the ball up and again gives it back to Botman, who's probably been our weakest link, if I'm honest with you, so far.
Yeah, in this not been great in the last 20.
No, again, it's like all about match sharpness, isn't it? And like I say, taking those percentages out, still a lot of 239 to 109 passes up to yet, with a 93% pass accuracy for Newcastle. So again, ball possession isn't a problem. It's breaking these low blocks that seems to be our Achilles heel. Like I say, Alex Murphy now playing virtually as a striker, being told to go inside and give Harvey Barnes a little bit more room down this left-hand side, perhaps. And he gets the ball now, Harvey Barnes, does an Anthony Gordon and runs inside, plays the ball to Tonali, gives it to Alex Murphy, who again goes back to Dan Burn. Again, there's literally 11 players camped, literally 30 yards outside the Qarabag. That's a great ball from Woltemade. Oh! Jacob Murphy, what a great ball that is from Woltemade. Absolutely fantastic football from Newcastle.
He couldn't get the ball out of his feet, but then when he does, takes that back, heels it, and then flicks it on. For Jacob Murphy, it's a beautiful pass. And Murphy, you'd put money on him to put it away. Just puts it far beyond the post. Not bad effort, but you would have expected him to score from there, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, 100%. It was one of those situations where you think, "Oh, this is in," you know. But it seemed as if he scuffed it a little bit. I don't know whether his studs caught the grass as he made contact there with the shot, but he did seem to scuff it a little bit rather than place it into the corner. So, but like I say, great vision and footwork from Woltemade.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, there's been a lot of occasions in this game so far where Woltemade has tried something similar and it hasn't come off. But if he tries it 8 times, it only comes off once and it creates a chance like that for us. Yeah, well, that's what a number 10 does, really. So I don't mind it.
No, and again, they tried to break down this right-hand side, Qarabag, and it's back to Newcastle with Alex Murphy. Goes down the line looking towards Harvey Barnes and Asula. But it's Harvey Barnes who's committed the foul there on Qarabag. Just holding on to the back of the player, but I think the player makes a hell of a meal out of it, to be fair.
Yeah, very, very soft. But if it was a level game, I'd complain. But I haven't got the energy to we're 8-1 up. It just feels like we're bullying them if we complain about stuff like that.
Yeah, you're right. It's like I say, you've got to give them something, I suppose.
Exactly.
Trippier gives the ball into Tonali, and there's a round of applause going about for something. I'm not sure what that was for.
I imagine someone's warming up.
Yeah. Or it's somebody's birthday in the crowd, and they're all thinking, you know what? Let's celebrate it.
Let's create some action because now it's happening.
Let's create some atmosphere for the lads. Again, I didn't see the difference between Medina and Asula there, to be fair, which was the same as Barnes. Barnes does well there to feed in Alex Murphy down this left-hand side. Alex Murphy now got a bit of grass to run into. Again, trying to feed Harvey Barnes on the inside left position. There you go. Anthony Gordon, Elanga and Hall warming up. You were right, mate. We're all having a bit of applause for that one. The birthday boy
was for Louis Hall more than anyone else. I think because the other two certainly divide opinion, don't they?
They do indeed. Woltemade with a ball back to J7, back to Woltemade now again with his back to goal. He stumbles a little bit. Trippier has time to ask the question, but still got the ball. Played out now to Tonali, who again goes in square to Murphy, but again Murphy trying to do a 180 turn without the ball. And it's back in a blue shirt. And again, Medina trying to play out from the back line. It's J7 now, picks the ball up. And Trippier, again, running square inside. Toe pokes it out to Alex Murphy. Back to Trippier. Central figure now. Ball comes to Botman. Again, on that diagonal, ball out to Murphy. Murphy now got an opportunity to get it into the box, which he does do, and it's come off Medina's head, and it's a corner kick. Again, every time Newcastle do get into the final third, they look dangerous. We've got bodies in the box because of how deep the Qarabag players are sitting. It just allows us to naturally go into the box without any real pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And credit to Qarabag. They've started to defend a lot more as a tighter unit. Newcastle struggling to get through them. You know, they are doing well at holding Newcastle, but maybe that changes. Yeah, corners come in. Dan Burn.
It's Dan Burn, I'm going to say. Yeah. Was it Burn or Botman?
Yeah. I think it was Burn, but it might have been Botman as well.
There's a chance through the middle here with Durant. Durant on the edge of the D, gets a shot on, and that's a good save from Ramsdale, to be fair. Sees it over the bar.
Yeah, credit to him. Not had a lot to do so far, but he's made one good save there, and obviously one that Nick Bubb didn't make in the initial game, but it looks like that's one for the cameras a little bit as well, actually.
Axel, some movement on the ball. I think that deceived him because Ramsdale was already set off. And credit to Jacob Murphy there, because the Oldens, it certainly looked like the Oldens running back there with Botman and Trippier. And it was Jacob Murphy who passed the two of them on the way back to get their buzz pass that actually got involved in that tackle.
You need someone with a bit of pace getting back. Qarabag. You're right, it was Sven Botman. Left like Sven. Burn, it was Sven. And
it was Dan Burn sitting at the back stick there that was closer to the ball when the keeper got his fist to it. The ball from Botman goes square to Dan Burn now, just inside the Newcastle half. And again, just waiting and trying to draw the blue players towards him. And goes back to Botman, who again got plenty of time to walk forward, Botman. Why do you play a pass between four blue shirts, Botman, when you've got a simple pass inside? Why do you do it? Well done.
Was his injury a brain injury? Because it seemed to feel like
honestly, it's ridiculous. Tonali again just overran it slightly, and he's given the ball back to Montiel. Jankovic does well to turn inside. Again, he goes inside again, and Alex Murphy there. Great tackle from Alex Murphy there. And now Harvey Barnes comes forward, and there's a chance to get the ball, but Asula had come one way. Harvey Barnes in his double going the other, I think, because it was nowhere near that.
Mental.
I don't know what he was trying to do there, Harvey Barnes.
Clearly just a lapse in concentration or communication, should I say. They probably had a look. Asula's went one way, Barnes gone down. Well, took his head off Asula, thought he was going the other, unfortunately. But a long ball over here for Qarabag. They're in behind.
Yeah.
And they've walked it out of play. Never mind. He was offside anyways, potentially?
Yeah, I think he was. I'm just having a quick look at what that was regarding Qarabag. Hopkinson has been on Prime as well, so we'll have a talk about that at the halftime break. Reported Qarabag match was postponed at the weekend by Azerbaijani League so they could prepare for this match. That was the story that's breaking there. And according to another report now, we are top scorers in Champions League now this season with 25 goals.
I know we did well in the league stage, but Qarabag have let us stat pad a little bit here. But
Yeah,
let's be honest, every team, 8 of the teams have played Qarabag. They're not top, we are. So fair enough. Chelsea
exactly.
only got 2 against them. We've
Yeah,
got a minimum of 2. But Qarabag back on the ball again, actually, here. Maybe they
yeah.
can do.
Let's.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, J7. J7's going to go and get that ball back from Medina, which he did, but a foul has been committed. But Asila did question what was happening there, and like I say, wasn't given a lot of support from the referee. And again, I don't
No,
think
it's
there was
not a
much in
lot.
that, did you? If I'm honest with you.
No, let's be honest. It's kind of like they're playing touch rugby. One touch on the back, and we've got to stop the game completely. Not a fan of that at all. But again, it's soft fouls. Qarabag. Maybe the ref feels a little bit sorry for him.
Ball into the box, and again, it's headed clear by Dan Byrne. And again, it's come back to Dan Byrne, who hoofs it in the air rather than distance. But it has gone back to a blue shirt with Mardulier. And again, Subir plays it out to that inside left to Montiel now, who's moved across to the other side. Huliev just trying to, again, create some movement. But the Warsaw 5 at the back now with Jacob Murphy and Trippier on that left-hand side. Just trying to play and push them back a little bit further. The boys in black and white. Again,
don't think there's going to be much other time here, is there?
No. Well,
None.
I think that's it. None whatsoever. 8 seconds into the first half stoppage time, and that is enough, says the referee.
Yeah.
The training is over.
At least the first part. We've still got the afternoon session because it's been a fairly easy game of football. It's been very comfortable, apart from 2 chances for Qarabag. They have rallied though. They've done well to sort of steady the rock, because let's be honest, 40 minutes ago it was looking like Newcastle could go on to break the record. I'm not expecting to get 4 in the second half, so I think it's safe.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting one from Comer. I mean, Hopkinson on Prime. I'm just looking at what we was talking about just before the break there. And he's just talking about revenues, bigger revenue, wages, biggest issues with CSR coming up. He does say that Howe is an integral part of the club and works very hard, the same as he did for his interview in Talk Sport. So nothing changes really. And according to the warm-up that was seen by everybody apart from us, mate, it was like Woltemade to play right centre midfield tonight, as warm-up shows 3 in a row. It's certainly, in my vision, it's been J7 that has been that player, that has been the one moving up. Tonali obviously just sitting in the pocket of space, if you like. And Woltemade has played more of a 10, in that attacking 8-10, more of a central figure going left to right, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been a lot more like that number 10 that we've said Newcastle United don't have. Now, let's be honest, we are playing Qarabag, so we can't really say too much on if it's been a good performance or not. I don't really think Woltemade stood out in that role in that first half, but he did have one moment of, you could say brilliance, where he creates a chance for Jacob Murphy. But overall, we still haven't been particularly creative against a side that we probably should be expected to beat in 2 after 6 minutes. I want to say the energy and the work rate has gone down more than anything else, but we're making so many silly mistakes that you'd get penalised for in the Premier League, and maybe that is just because the pressure's not on.
Yeah, exactly. And like I say, I think there's been, like I said, it's been more of a training session for the boys, really. And I mean, like I say, at one point we were 4 shots on goal, 4 on target, and it was just so easy. Queenie, thank you so much, darling.
Yeah, absolutely. Does this match have echoes of Wolverhampton, or am I still drunk from then? To be honest, I have the same thoughts, although last time I was doing pretty much all of the commentary, so I'm glad Gary's took over, and I might even take a little snooze in the second half if it's like that again.
Yeah, exactly. We need certainly something like the start to keep you motivated for this one. And to be fair, we knew it was going to be something similar, what didn't we? We thought it was going to be, like that from the start, the way it ended, to be fair. Possession. I didn't expect the 2 early goals, even though it was something that was suggested. Eddie goes for the kill, for the throat in the first half, makes wholesale changes at half time to give players like Trippier, Shahar, a look. Alex Murphy, your thoughts? I thought he's done a great half, if I'm honest with you. A great tackle towards the end of that first half. Looks happy to go forward, looks comfortable on the ball. And I think that shows the level of Qarabag.
Yeah, completely. And what I would say, he's been one of the players that stood out for me. Obviously, I'm watching him a little bit more because I know less about him than I do the rest of the team. But he looks really assured. Montiel and has had a pretty torrid game, I think, since we said he was probably their strongest player, which tends to happen. But he's looked really strong. And you mentioned that last ditch tackle there. I think every time I'm seeing Qarabag do something impressive, it's down that right hand side of ours, should I say, all through the middle. And Murphy's done really well every time they've gone down that flank. So he certainly hasn't done himself any disservice, put in a decent performance. But as I said, with Woltemade, it's hard to judge against a team like this. But he'll get more minutes if he keeps playing like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, V for Vendetta, obviously, he's always not been happy with Voltemade's positional sense, if you like, where Eddie Howe plays him doing okay, but not being used correctly. He needs to leave, and that kills me because I know he can be a great striker for many years. He's not for us in this system with this manager.
I don't think he's for the Premier League, to be honest. I completely agree. I think he'll be a great, great manager. Not manager, player. Maybe a great manager, but that's something for 20 years down the line.
One day, yeah.
But he's got such an intelligence on the ball, and he is really good when the ball comes like straight at him. Like you see the flicks that he does. When it comes to something just that's pure quality and not having to think about it, he's brilliant at that as well. But I think generally he's not physical enough to be a target man. He's not pacey enough for teams to get in behind. And I think he's someone that you need to get into the game more than you would a typical poacher. So he's a really, really unique style of player. One I'd compare maybe to, if I had to compare him to anyone, it'd be maybe like a Kai Havertz at Arsenal, where they thought Arsenal played him like a target man at times. Chelsea didn't really know how to get the best out of him, but you can see there's a brilliant player in there. So I hope he stays, but I do agree. I think if he's going to go on to have the career that we know he can, it might end up being, well, it probably will end up being a buy-in, but I hope it's here because he is a brilliant player. We just need to find the way to get him working, and Howe clearly thinks that's in a bit of a deeper role.
Yeah, well, I think in the system, like I say, it's nice to see a difference, and it's nice to see him getting involved. Before I go any further, I want to say thank you so much to Alish Turkish Toon. Thank you guys for your Turkish. What's that? I'm going to say yen. Is it Turkish yen?
Lira, I believe.
Lira. Anyway, hi guys. Missed last 2 lives after City game. There you go. I felt we were 10 men against City because of Elanga. My question, do you think he'll ever get his confidence back? Well, that's, like I said, I'd like to see 75% Elanga, if I'm honest with you, on a continuum. Because to me, again, Elanga just seems to have come to Newcastle and has fits and starts. Sometimes he looks really good. He has good spells, but then you can't pass a 5-yard ball, which seems to be, the most basic thing in football these days. And yet, to some, it just seems the most. Yeah, it's like you're asking for them to do a Maradona, throwing the ball 40 yards up in the air, and then don't let it bounce and do the same again without moving 5 yards. I mean, that was incredible when I see him do that. Best bit of skill I have seen anybody do. But what's your thoughts on Elanga?
Yeah, I think he's gotten better the last few games. I think Qarabag and City were back to what we'd seen in some of the earlier in the season. But I think from maybe Liverpool, the three losses really. When he started against Liverpool, I thought he was decent, particularly in the defensive side of things, tracking back. City, I thought we came on, changed the game. Brentford, I thought he was okay. Spurs, I thought he was really good. Villa didn't really see anything of him. The last two games is where he's really gone off the boil a little bit. And I think it is just that consistency of, he isn't, if he was consistently at a good level, Man United would have kept him. And I think he's just going to be one of those where there'll be some games you look at him and go, wow, he's got to start for this club. But that's going to come once in every 4 or 5 games. And I think him and Callum Hudson-Odoi under Nuno Espirito Santo, they ran the game through them. And it was, you've got Gibbs White and Elliot Anderson, 2 brilliant passes of the ball, making sure they're in play every single chance they get. And, it suited them down to a T. You saw the best of Elanga at that kind of club. You aren't going to see it here, unfortunately. I understand the signing. I do think he will be a decent signing for us. He won't be one of the worst we've made, like I'm hearing some people say now. But it's going to take a bit of time because he doesn't seem to suit us.
Do you think, though, somebody like Elanga is better suited away from home rather than at home? Where you're more, not defensive, more defensive, but you're more defense minded to try and quieten the crowd and frustrate the opposition. You sucker punch them then on the counter and utilise his pace to get in and behind. And in spells, you've seen that, and you're absolutely right. I just don't think there's enough out there in the way we play, especially on the high line, that actually suits his game at all. So I think you'll see a better him on away matches than you will at home. Random, thanks ever so much, buddy, for yours. Gifted again, you're a star, and that's gone to B. Steve. B. Steve, I like that one. Thank you, Stevie, for jumping on board with your membership gifted by Random Access. If you can, everybody that's been gifted them, do these people a massive favour, and just try and renew it. When it comes to the end, do hit them a favour because they've gifted you it. Then do us a favour by renewing it, because that is all we ask. Thank you ever so much, Becca. How good is Gary's play-by-play commentary, by the way? I only do it because you guys are listening. I love doing it. It's something that I've always been interested in, and it's something that long may it continue. If I'm honest with you. Agree, Gary, on the commentary is top notch. Thank you, mate. Very, very nice comments indeed. And like I said, you know what makes it really interesting for myself is having the likes of Michael, because again, great brain for football. And I think sometimes when you've got somebody like him bouncing off you, you make a statement and straight away he comes in with the opinion. And I just think it's super. It's great for me because I can relax. And I'm not knocking the people that have been with me previously because it ain't easy. Trust me, it ain't easy. Especially when you go, like I say, I remember the Wolves one, especially when you've got all the drunken birds and blokes behind you, go, rah, 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 and you're trying to concentrate on the game. Hilarious.
Yeah, one of my first ones, that, and it was pretty difficult, but I completely agree. Like, you've got to, I think commentary, you've got to have 2 people who can sort of bounce off each other. I've been very fortunate to come in, and Gary does a lot of the hard work. I can sort of, like Ando and stuff do, just sort of colour commentate at the end, put my 2 pence in at certain points. But as you say, Gary does a lot of the hard work to allow me to do that. And I think we do work well together. So
yeah, absolutely. Bounce off each other. That's exactly what it's all about. Like I say, please continue your comments in the chat. Davey Spence has come on with Anthony Elanga bit. We haven't seen the best from him yet. He ain't confident on the ball. He is a good player, but his passing lets him down a bit. And that's what you were saying, wasn't it? I think that, he needs a goal. He needs something that'll, for me, it needs to go off somebody's elbow or something off a toe, deflection. And once you've seen that, I think you're going to see it. And again, Great commentary, says Random. Thanks ever so much, Random, for your gifts. And like I say, be so kind for everybody. Either give them a thumbs up, give them a massive pat on the back, cheer like it's us passing the ball, like you've heard in the stands. Ole! Even when Qarabag have had the ball. It has been an interesting one to listen to. Yeah, it is. And again, lovely from Alex Turkish Toon there, because like I say, he has been on the show in the past. Lovely to see all of you. Woltemade, we've talked about. Let's talk about Woltemade's little pass, cheeky little roll with the ball, and then toe pokes it through to Jacob Murphy, who on his birthday, it was like the icing on the cake, just didn't happen.
Yeah, absolutely not. And to be honest, he's one of those players that probably needed the goal. The first one he got against Qarabag, it is deflected. It's going to boost the confidence a little bit. It's going to be feel good, but it wasn't him. And I think that one there, if he put it away, we mentioned Elanga not being great. You need at least one of them to be in good form. Currently, neither of them are. Two very different wingers as well. So I think they need to be in form at different times. But when we've got these home games coming up, you get Murphy coming into good form. He's the player you realistically want in games against Everton, where you're going to be breaking teams down a little bit more.
Yeah, you're right, Gav, because he said Elanga's just scored against City. See, it was that long ago. I've forgot it already. He needs to do it again then, lad. That's what I'm saying. He needs to do it again. I mean, it is, like I say, Gavin saying, 2 quick goals drives a dagger in their hearts. And they've literally run out of ideas. I mean, we did give them a couple of opportunities. Well, I say opportunities, but a bit of a deeper dive towards the penalty area, just from sloppy passes, if I'm honest with you. And the guilt edge of Botman's eyesight is going to be questioned because he's playing some balls through. I mean, he's trying to bypass four blue shirts at times.
Yeah.
And I can't understand that when there's a simpler ball on the diagonal to the left or to the right of him. He's trying to literally put a knife through butter.
Yeah, for some reason we seem to be trying to play that killer ball so often, and for me it hasn't worked at all. I'd like to see a little bit more consistency in the passing, but it is against Qarabag. We are 8-1 up, so I can sort of forgive them for not being fantastic in that way. But we have kicked off once again. Early free kick to Qarabag, straight from kickoff.
Straight from the kickoff, and again, it wasn't anything good. And Medina now with the ball out, trying to get down that left-hand side, but he fires it straight at Trippier, who again, Toon Army now with the ball, just able to turn under no press, and it's a nice little pass out to Harvey Barnes on that left-hand side. Harvey decides to come inside. Woltemade now playing that high line again, trying to toe poke it back to Harvey Barnes, but having no doing. And again, Murphy with a chance of a shot. He gets blocked the first one. He does get the deflection back, though, and it's come back to Trippier. Toon Army gives it to Byrne. Byrne now runs on the inside. Again, goes outside to Harvey Barnes. Ooh, nice. Does well with that first one. Beats the player. Into the box. Beats the second one. He squares it. And again, he squares it to the only place there wasn't a black and white shirt, to be fair. And it's out for another corner for Newcastle.
Yeah, it does well there, Barnes. Same bit of skill to beat 2 players. You'd think after he does it once, the second defender would wise up, but he does it just as nicely the second time. Cuts the ball back, and I think it's Medina does well to slide in and get that away.
Yeah, like I say, there was players inside the 6-yard box. There was players on the 12-yard spot, but there was nobody on the edge of that 6-yard box when it was cleared. And it's a shame because, like I say, it was really good play from Harvey Barnes. Ball in from Toon Army again, aiming towards the keeper, who gets a really good punch on that one. And again, Alex Murphy under some pressure and gets the ball out deflected for a Newcastle throw. And it's back with Trippier on the halfway line, who gives it into the feet of J7, who go square to Dan Byrne now, who's playing right back. Up the line to Murphy. Again, Murphy drops the shoulder, gets the ball into the box, but again, not the best ball in the world. I don't know whether he was trying to get the ball over the top of the keeper there or what, whether he was trying to something special, but it wasn't a great pass.
No, not at all. We've seen it a few times from Murphy this season. In fact, we've seen it a few times over the last few seasons. He can play one absolutely brilliant ball, millimeter perfect, and then play one that's, you'll probably find it in the Stadium of Light tomorrow. It's that bad. So
Yeah.
very much a confidence player as well.
Oh, it's me again. Trippier gets the ball in. It was a slight deflection off a Qarabag player, and I don't know whether that stops in J7's eye track, because he again fluffs his head, and then unfortunately it goes right past Asula. I wanted to know, just before we obviously come back to the match, I wanted to ask you about Asula. What was your thoughts on Asula?
I forgot he's playing, if I'm completely honest. A bit like, that's the thing, it doesn't matter who we play, we do just seem to struggle to get whoever plays up front into the game, unless it's Anthony Gordon. And that is frustrating, because I don't like Anthony Gordon playing striker, but he is the only one, even when we were playing Liverpool, etc., who, out of our strikers, who actually seem to have an impact on the game. And that's incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, you're right. Again, Zubair, who's having an absolute same as before. And again, Dan Burn this time trying to thread a needle between two players that weren't there. And again, ball up towards J7. Don't get booked, son, because again, just that arm going round the shoulder, isn't it, from J7? There's no real need for it. And again, Asula just pressing all the way back there for Newcastle. The keeper comes out to the left-hand side and again beats the tackle there, and again plays a bit of a dodgy ball back to the keeper on the shape of it. Keeper delays and pauses, but he goes short this time to the right-hand side. And Bolt just trying to make a move. But again, deflection has gone to a blue shirt. And again, Huliev decides to not test the pace of Tonali there and run him down the line, but decides to come back inside to Jankovic. Medina now for Qarabag, having a little bit of time on the ball, but he got a chance here because he's got the beating up. Oh, there you go. Duran scored. So he's done. Yeah, again, you're talking about that pace at the back. And I mean, once we've got opened up in the midfield, they've played the ball through to Duran, who's turned Dan Burn, and Dan Burn was never going to get back for that one. And here we go again. Ramsdale without that clean sheet.
Yeah, it's a nice little touch. I think it's from the midfield we were talking about before, in behind to Duran. He gets beyond Dan Burn. Murphy can't get there either, and it's a nice little finish in at the near post. Ramsdale probably shouldn't do any better. It's a good finish. I mean, it's a bit embarrassing for Newcastle. Only the second goal Qarabag have scored in England, but Newcastle have got to respond surely, because we haven't been good enough since that 6th minute.
No, I mean, you could say it was a bit lucky, if I'm honest with you, because it was deflected in his path. But like I say, you have got to get yourself there, haven't you? And like I say, he did all the work, Duran. J7 now with the ball out to Trippier, who's got a chance to fire the ball in quickly. He does, but it's again Huliev who plays the ball, deflected off Huliev, I should say, and it's out for another Newcastle corner.
Yeah.
Let's see where we are.
Trippier to take Newcastle, all lined up there, all in a line. Clearly going to be something they've worked on the training ground. Whipped in by Trippier, and
it's an outswinger. Dan Botman! Oh, there you go! Dan Botman's now good with his feet, but I'll tell you something there ain't a bad header.
No, absolutely not. He's been arguably one of the poorest players on the pitch. But it is a good header. Newcastle United restore that 2-goal lead. And I think what that does show is, when Newcastle sit there and go, oh, we need to start playing again now. And that's a great header, by the way.
Follows a fabulous header
fantastically. And it's a bullet header to peel off his man into the back, in this ripple into the back of the net. But it just goes to show Newcastle, we basically stepped it up again for 2 minutes and scored again. I'm not saying that would happen every time, but it does show that we've took our eye off the ball a little bit since going 8-1 up.
Yeah, I mean, I've just seen there Jay Tafila saying a little bit worried, still satisfied, but Everton will be licking their lips watching our defending. There's a point of me that agrees with that, but we've been this way all season. If I'm honest with you, one little bit of lax of concentration in that centre zone, the ball does get deflected through the middle, and we just don't seem to have that recovery to get back goal side, and it's just simple mistakes. And that seems to be this season, every mistake that Newcastle make, or, I say an attempt of a mistake, it seems as though something happens. Botman has come off for Hall, so obviously Alex Murphy is going to come into the middle of the back line. J7 looks like he's going to be off for Willock. So Trippier, Botman and Joe Linton have all gone off.
What do you make of these subs? Because I don't think Lewis Hall needed to come on, really. I know Gordon will want to come on and he'll want to play every minute that he can. I know Willock was the only option, really, for Joe Linton, but Lewis Hall coming on. I know theoretically you could bring on Leo Shahar, put Kieran Trippier left back, although I don't think he's ever really played there for us. But it just seems risky bringing on Lewis Hall for effectively a full half.
Yeah, I mean, is it more risky playing Jacob Murphy right back now for Kieran Trippier? I mean, that was a dodgy ball to start with. That wasn't great across his own penalty box. And again, ball trying to get fed up to Wasula, and Tonali sees Woltemade just inside his own half. First touch for Willock, who gets it out of his feet. And again, trying to play down the lines. Again, Gordon now seeing Wasula, but again, Wasula a little bit on his heels, if I'm honest with you, with that one. And the ball is right in towards the corner flag, and Medina just trying to stop Wasula, but Asula's done half decent apart from the pull on the shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's realising himself, I think, that he needs to come off. J7 looks furious there, by the way.
He's having a great game, wasn't he? That's what I'm saying. And he's having Jason Tyndall. Why?
Yeah, he's probably looking at it going, it's been 7 minutes. What was the point in even me coming back on?
Yeah, I could have been in the shower.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need to be here anymore. I've also just realised Qarabag scored a second, so that makes it 9-2 on aggregate.
Yeah,
I've still got it down as 9-1.
Well, I mean, like I say, it was like 6-1 at their place, wasn't it? So the aggregate score, obviously, no. I mean, it's still 7 goals, isn't it? And that's what I said. Christina's in the chat there. Shahar must be terrible with 7 goals up, and he still can't get a game. You've got a right winger playing right back. Come on. Yeah, exactly. What's going on?
I hope he comes on, even if it's just for 15, 20 minutes. Maybe it's a case of he doesn't want to give him 40 minutes in the Champions League. But I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, what on earth are you doing there? And is that a handball?
That's handball. That's handball.
Yeah. Qarabag.
Yeah, Dan Byrne sliding down there, and the ball is hit back. I don't think he can put his hand anywhere else, if I'm honest with you. But it's another twist in the knife. But it's like I say, he goes to the floor. Where's he gonna? I mean, seriously, where's he gonna put his arm if it ain't there?
Yeah, there's not a lot he could have done there, but it is very similar to one we got in the first leg. So
yeah,
if it was going to happen, I'm glad both teams have benefited from it. Just Ramsdale saved the penalty now, so they don't score, and I'll be happy.
Well, that's yeah. I mean, like I say, these I'm with Beck. The handball now rule, it just seems to have gone awry. If I'm honest with you.
Oh, absolutely, it's ridiculous. Particularly in the Champions League, that doesn't get given in the Premier League. But stepping up to take a penalty now, Ramsdale on his line.
Here we go. I think it's Jankovic for this one. Again, the lad
saved
against. Oh, that's a great save. Oh, he can't get the rebound. That. Oh, what a great save that is as well. That is a great save. And again, it's the spin on the ball. He just doesn't seem to be able to get out. And there you go, with all the 100 of Qarabag fans support, celebrating in the stand there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great save.
Ramsdale does brilliantly to save down to his left.
Was that a deflection from Jacob Murphy? And it was a spin that actually took it into the net. You watch this.
It is, yeah.
It was. Yeah, it was. It was the Jacob Murphy deflection that gets that one. Like I said, right back.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Jacob. He didn't score the other end.
Hey, you've missed the centre now. Give him the own goal as a happy birthday present.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible that from Newcastle. And speaking of terrible, the Qarabag goalkeeper has just passed the ball out of play under not a lot of pressure.
No, I think his boots were made from Lego, if I'm honest with you. They're square-toed. Because that literally has come back the way he played it. It was ridiculous. It's out for a throw into Newcastle. Jacob Murphy with the ball in his hand. Looks a bit different now at St James's Park, 3-2. Not an aggregate, though. It's still 6 goals lead, which is virtually what we'd expect, if I'm honest with you. But V for Vendetta, I think it was, who put in the chat there about playing for a little bit of pride. Seems as though this, like I said, look at this here. It's 2 against 1 here. Tonali trying to chase back with Montiel, who's done really well, if I'm honest with you. And again, Montiel just managed to get it through the legs of Tonali, and Tonali's having a right go at Montiel there. There's some hands up into the chest there of each player. And again, the ball's given away to Zubair. Oh, another great save. Ramsdale again. He's squaring up. I mean, what's the matter with Tonali here?
He's having a go at the wrong people, in my opinion. He should be having a go with the other 10 players the other 9 players in black and white and ask them what they're doing, because second half, this has been atrocious. I'm not sure what Montiel actually does that's too bad. I think it's because he goes down and is trying to get the penalty. There is a tug from Tonali, so I can see why he's gone down. But
yeah, that's a hell of a save again. Great save.
Yeah, it could easily be 3-3.
Yeah, I wonder how the crowd would react to that one.
I think many of them would be on their way home.
The ball again taken short from Qarabag, who's growing in confidence, I must admit, since the penalty decision. Again, seemed to be a better team in the second half than what they did when they entered the tunnel. Tonali watches that one really well, and again, on one of those masquerades forward, but again, hesitates. He could see Asula in front of him. Jacob Murphy, it was Willock on the other side. And I think he was just unsure of which way he wanted to go with that ball. And it is now back with Qarabag trying to clip over Dan Burn. But I'll tell you something now, Mr. Lamppost stands tall, you know, beaming light.
I will say I'm not impressed by Tonali, but I'm glad to see this from Tonali because he's stepping up. He was made the interception there. You know, it's good to see a bit of passion because I'm not seeing it much anywhere else on the pitch, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, great ball again. That is Anthony Gordon had made a good run into the box, but again, defending does well, forced him back, and again, he's got the ball. He's got an opportunity to get the ball into the box, but decides to have a go square, and this is Harvey Barnes into Woltemade. Oh, it's nearly get back to Woltemade, but again, Medina just clears his lines. And Willock sees that out of danger towards the halfway line for a throw into Newcastle. But Ramsdale is still having a chat to somebody in front of him because, like I say, he's being left wide open at times in the back line.
He's saved a penalty and made a really good save to stop it getting level. And somehow Qarabag, who only had 1 goal in England before today, have 2 in about 10 minutes, wasn't it? 7 minutes.
Yeah,
mental.
Crazy. Yeah. Cady's coming on, the lad who's just coming back from injury and now reintroduced into the squad, the European team.
Yeah, Montiel coming off as well.
Montiel. I don't know whether that's all from that incident. I'm not sure. With Tonali.
Yeah, you'd think not because he's getting under the skin of players. So you'd think that would be another thing that Qarabag would want to happen. I imagine that was maybe a planned one. But you're looking at this, and I think most people in that stadium won't be happy with what they've seen.
Alex Murphy again goes square to Dan Burn. A little bit of a half press from Qarabag, and Ramsdale decides to go long, searching out to this right-hand side with Harvey Barnes now, who's playing on this right-hand side. Jacob Murphy again just plays the ball against Zubair. Again, just trying to play the ball forward as quickly as they can, Qarabag, but Newcastle find the ball again, and it's a Nice ball from Dan Burn to Hall. Hall out now to that left-hand side. Again, there's a couple of step overs from Asula, but again, didn't go anywhere. Didn't really wrong foot the defender at all. He just liked to come and have it. Come and, oh, go on, you got it. I like it. I like it. Tonali.
And just a shocking goal elsewhere, actually, at the San Siro. Bodo Glimt have gone 1-0 up against Inter Milan, 4-1 up on aggregates. So that looks like being the biggest shock of the evening. Although Qarabag could easily turn this around against Newcastle if we keep defending the way we have.
Yeah, again, it's that sucker punching, pulling players into the attacking third. And again, it's a terrible ball from Tonali trying to search out Harvey Barnes. But again, poor play from Qarabag gives Dan Burn the ball back. And it's now Alex Murphy, the new left centre-back, out to Hall. Alex Murphy again. I mean, I can't blame him, if I'm honest with you, for any of the goals conceded. He's not really been at fault.
No, and I don't think
he's was last man
giving the ball away. I don't think he's one of the ones giving the ball away so consistently either. It seems to be a bit more midfield. To be honest, I'd be looking at potentially getting. I mean, Woltemade has just smashed one over the head of Jacob Murphy and out of play. I'd be getting him and Tonali off, to be honest, and just saying, look, lads, hasn't been your best day. I mean, Tonali's clearly a bit agitated as well, so get them both off. Make sure Tonali doesn't get a stupid red card, and give Woltemade a bit of a
play between Gordon and Barnes. Willock again just trying to get it round the player rather than hit the penalty box. And again, it's well defended by Qarabag. And again, Huliev again just playing. I'll have it on the back line here, Qarabag. And again, it's a dodgy ball played forward, and Lewis Hall sees that one, plays the ball in towards Willock. And again, I wanted him to shoot there. I really did, but he decides to be unselfish and play in the path of Willock. It didn't quite come off. And Zabir now out to Danny Bolt, who again in the final third of the Newcastle half. And there's lots of black and white shirts back though. I would imagine Wissa will be on very soon because he certainly needs a run out up top, doesn't he? Looks like Asula's gone to... Why do you think they've done Asula right midfield now and Harvey Barnes left midfield? Sorry, the other way around. Harvey Barnes right midfield and Asula left midfield. Medina again robbed, and it is literally 2-on-2 if they play the right ball. Ball into from Willock to Barnes, back to Willock. Oh, again, lost the ideas, lost the momentum. Harvey Barnes just shaped with his left foot, and it's a good save. Pushed it round the post.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Harvey Barnes. Realistically, we've got to be countering a little bit better than that. Willock plays it behind Barnes again. Not really. Those two won't have played that much together, so not exactly a lot of chemistry there you can see, but we've got to do better in those counter-attacking situations in bigger games. It's a great save in the end from the goalkeeper to deny Barnes from a good effort, but again, Newcastle just not really clicking, and I'm not sure if that's because the attitude we've took our foot off the gas a little bit, or if it's just quality because we've seen against higher quality sides we've struggled. That's
Woltemade at the near post. Again, it's come off a Qarabag player, deflected, and it's another corner to Qarabag. Yeah, I don't understand though. Sometimes when I know Harvey Barnes hasn't had a blindness on the left hand side. But we know Asula he can do something on the right hand side. And Harvey Barnes, it seems to be his natural position on the left hand side. Seems a bit strange to me that. Tonali again with the corner, and again the referee has seen something that nobody else has, and it's a free kick on the 6-yard box. Dan Burn there, the culprit by the looks of it.
We'll see if we can. I mean, I'm not sure what Burn's really supposed to do there. In all honesty, it looks like Danny Bolt is just ended up getting his arms around him, trying to stop him, not looking at the ball whatsoever. Burn just kind of puts his hands out, puts him on the floor. 6 of one, 2 threes of the other. So I'm surprised there.
Burn, what are you doing?
He gave it straight to Qarabag.
Yeah, and he's gone. His hamstring, I think, has just gone. Yeah.
That's sick.
Duran, literally, as soon as the ball ran free to him, Duran literally stood up. He felt something twang in the back of his knee. It certainly didn't look good. As soon as he hit the floor there, he was like trying to run and his leg just not good. So I don't know whether it's a calf strain or what. It's the area they seem to be working on. So Durant, he'll be off the field in a minute. He's certainly in a lot of discomfort by the looks of his face.
Yeah, head in his hands. He's had that moment of euphoria getting the goal. Obviously, that the first goal they've got at St James's Park today, and now he's going to come off with a pretty bad injury. So the highest of highs coming down to the lowest of lows. But he is back on his feet, which is good to see. He is feeling that calf, so it doesn't look like a bad hamstring injury, but a calf can obviously be just as bad if it's a bad injury, can't it?
Oh God, yeah. Calf tears are very, very painful. Again, it's the attachment. It depends on where it is, but I say he finished really well. To be fair, side foot into that near post. Yeah,
it is a great finish.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable in front of goal, I must admit.
That's the thing, though. You're looking at the two goals and the scenario there, just showing the Azerbaijani fans in the crowd having a whale of a time, which you want to see. But Dan Burn, they're getting behind him for the first goal. Obviously, it's him that gives away the penalty for the second, and then that scenario there. Both centre backs have had a pretty torrid game, which not something you want to see, but that's kind of what happens when you take your foot off the boil.
Yeah, you're right. Like I say, it's it was nice play to kick the ball out, and the referee's just rolling the ball back to the blue shirts of Qarabag, and Yurev gives it all the way back to his defender, Silva, and again Medina picking the ball up now. Again, Medina's just got one thought and one thought only, and that's just to kick the ball forward. I don't think I've seen a worse centre half than him. Oh, that's again terrible from Woltemade. He's having a bit of a mare in the second half, I must admit.
Yeah, this was the game where he was supposed to get a goal or two, get his confidence up, and show what he can do as a creative threat. He hasn't done any of that, unfortunately, apart from that one chance he created in the first half. But to be honest, except from Alex Murphy, I don't think any of them have really stood out and done well. And Murphy's been quiet. It's just, when you don't mention a defender, that's a good thing.
Absolutely. Willock plays the ball back to Murphy, and Murphy gets the ball into a good area there where Woltemade was looking hungry, just headed clear. And again, Lewis Hall trying to get high and bolt.
Bag breaking again.
Yeah, again, just Wachuk, I think it is, who's just come on for Durant. And again, Lewis Hall watches the ball all the way and again goes past two players and again plays a delightful ball to Anthony Gordon. Has it going to come for Harvey Barnes? No, it hasn't. And again, unlucky Newcastle on that attempt. Did everything right, but the keeper did well, to be fair. Ball over the top again, beating Dan Burn, Coach Key. And again, it's Ramsdale to the rescue of Dan Burn. He does look like he's running through treacle tonight, Dan.
Yeah, it's not been a great game for anyone really in that defence except Alex Murphy. Hall's looked okay since he's come on, but Newcastle are in behind here. Barnes to the cross.
Barnes again, it's a poor cross. It's behind the lads running forward, Gordon and Asula, and in front of Woltemade. I mean, why are you doing it? You've got to play the ball into the areas where there's players running to, not behind them. It's really poor, if I'm honest with you. Last third. The passing into the box. Can Murphy do anything better?
Usually, no. But we'll see. He's got past his man. He's chipped one over.
Just off Woltemade's head by Silva there. It has come out to Lewis Hall, though, who again fires it into Harvey Barnes centrally. Again, out to the corner of the penalty area. Or Murphy with a left-footed effort for his birthday over the bar. It's more like Murphy.
Yeah, he saw what happened in the first leg and thought, you know what, I'll try it again. Didn't quite come off as well there, but I'm waiting for the substitutes. Yeah, I'm waiting for Leo Shahar, Sean Neve, or maybe Wissa if you want to get him a bit of match fitness. Because, let's be honest, they're not going to score 6 or 7.
No.
So it's worth just bringing them on for the experience. Asula's actually coming off. There is a substitution, which tells me probably
It's going to be Sean Neave or Wisser.
Wisser, yeah.
Yeah, Wisser.
That's a shame. I would have liked to have seen Sean Neave come on. But then again, is it going to be another 90 minutes for Woltemade?
Yeah, that's another one that seems a bit criminal, doesn't it? Unless he's trying to get Woltemade hammered into this new role, and giving him as many minutes as he can just to get in there. But the lad's just going to be, like I say, running through treacle when you really need him.
Yeah.
Hall again, just putting Newcastle into a bit of trouble. 4-on-3 for a minute, 4-on-4. Zabir plays the ball back, and again, it looks offside to me, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it looked like he timed his run a bit off, but we'll see again here, showing the replay. It's in behind. No, he's onside. He's onside.
Alex Murphy's little toe that keeps him on there. Again, goes along the ground, and again, they're quite happy to play a little bit of football at Qarabag.
Yeah, we're giving them time, we're giving them space, so why wouldn't
shot on again, Zabir. This time it's over the bar.
Yeah, I tell you what, Zabir is one of him and the two wingers are actually two players who I think scouts will be looking at the two games against Newcastle and going, those are the two players that actually stand out here. I think they'll be thinking they could get some decent moves from this kind of Champions League tie as well. I'm not saying Qarabag's not a great club for them, but they've played well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's like I said, you've also got to take a lot into consideration. You've got Dan Burn, who I wouldn't say he's a natural right centre-back. He looks uncomfortable. And I think sometimes, even if it's a 5-yard shift, it's different when you're playing full-back. Anthony Gordon's done really well here, actually. Yeah. Played it square to Woltemade, who again, his ball is not really given by the referee on the field of play. So whether we see anything from VAR here, we'll see. But Dan Burn gives it out to Hall. Again, Anthony Gordon blasted. Got the afterburners on there and got past a couple. He's done it again. Anthony Gordon shifting in. It's to Willock, and again fires it at Goulier, and it could fall back to Gordon here. I don't know what he's doing there. Medina throwing himself to the floor.
Yeah, just we've seen it throughout the game, isn't it? It's just another one, but we'll see the handball here. Actually, it's out. No, not for me. Not for me.
Yeah, his hand's coming back towards his body. It's not going out towards the ball. It does deflect up off his hand, but that's nothing given for me, to be fair.
No, exactly. Newcastle end up with the corner, and rightfully so. But for me, Woltemade looks absolutely knackered. By the way, every time you look at him, it's like generally I've stood at the finish line of the Great North Run. Oh, there's a potential penalty check. Please, no. You can't give that.
No, it's up off his leg. I mean, I thought the deflections up onto the limbs aren't given anymore. But I know, Tonali's just feared one in, and I thought Alex Murphy was going to get on the end of that one. Again, Qarabag survive another scare from a set piece. Again, Murphy does well, and that's Jacob Murphy this time. Again, Newcastle trying to get back, and Wisser hasn't touched the ball yet. Jankovic with a great ball out to that right-hand side. But again, Alex Murphy does really well to see that one, cuts the ball out, plays a great ball back to to Ramsdale, gets it back for his attempt. Again, I've been really impressed with this lad. Done nothing really wrong. And again, passing accuracy seems very good. Plays the ball good. It's a good pace as well. And Woltemade then just... onto Murphy, but Murphy's been lucky there. Qarabag gave the ball back. Willock nutmegs a defender, and again goes into the box, but again he's not really going anywhere. Gives it back out to Lewis Hall. Willock again now, and it's all 5-yard stuff thrown into the box now towards the back of the stick. But Uliev just gives it back to the keeper off his chest.
Coolly done.
Cool. Yeah, very cool. His chest is obviously better than his feet.
It's not hard by the looks of things, not to be horrible, but they've not been great playing out from the back when they've had the chances. But to be honest, neither of Newcastle really in this game.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like I said there was an easy pass from Harvey Barnes down the line for Tonali, who had made a run, and the passing lanes for me, Harvey Barnes has just played the ball again on the diagonal, nowhere near Tonali, and that to me really is something at this level. These are the simple teams, but it doesn't get easy after this, and this is where you've got to start hammering it right.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. If you can't put in performances at home against this caliber of team, even at 80%, we should be beating, teams from Azerbaijan as Premier League teams. It's 3-2 it won't look embarrassing, but for some of the fans in that stadium, they'll come out if it stays like this and be thinking, "What did we just watch?"
Exactly.
Qarabag, I can see why they got a point against Chelsea. They have been okay, but all I can think is Chelsea played like we did. I know they played Tyreek George up front, so they didn't really have a striker.
No.
Definitely more of a wing player. But I'm just looking at Newcastle and I'm thinking there's no energy out there, and all of our players look like they've just ran a marathon, and it's been a easy game.
Oh, it has, and that's what I said. I mean, when you go and get 2 goals in the first 8 minutes, you start to say, well, now it is about game management and just playing some nice football. Get some nice shape and get some togetherness about your play. And to be fair, we've given the ball away far too cheaply, if I'm honest with you. And again, it's that hesitation. You've got a chance to play a great ball, and then they hesitate, and then the chance has gone. Wissa now picks the ball up for the first time. Looks as though his shirt doesn't need a wash after this one. Ball from Jacob Murphy again, plays the ball square along the line to Wissa, who's trying to thread it through to Woltemade. And again, Anthony Gordon trying to throw it through, but it's come out to Tonali, who gets chopped down. The referee is playing advantage, but now it should stop. The ball has come back to Anthony Gordon. Now Harvey Barnes, who has a strike, but again, it's too easy for the keeper. Tonali's still down, by the way.
Yeah, we said should have took him off. I mean, I said take him off just so he didn't get that red from when he was agitated earlier. That's the first yellow card of the game gone to Pedro Bicalo. One of the easier names to say, and I still slowed down to say it. But you don't want players like that picking up injuries. I mean, it's just a stamp on the toe. So it'll be what he feels in the morning, but won't keep him out for too long. It's a nice bit of play from Tonali actually to create the space, but it's you're still looking at these kind of players on the pitch, Hall, Tonali, and last 10 minutes. I'm not even thinking about Qarabag getting a third goal and equalising. All I'm thinking is, please don't get injured.
That's the one. No injuries and Dan Burn, no yellow card, because that would we'd lose him then for the next game. We do get Malik Chow back, but it just makes us thin on the bench, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
If anybody gets injured or something during that time off the field of play. 13 attempts. Qarabag with 10 attempts on goal. We're 5 on target now, Qarabag. They've done well. Newcastle 13 with 6 attempts on goal. Like I say, so Qarabag have certainly caught us up when it comes to shots and on target.
And they've got the ball away now. That was Alex Murphy. Just got in a little bit ahead of him. I think it was Murphy. No, it wasn't.
Anthony Gordon got robbed.
Gordon.
Nash took. Again, no attempt really to get back from Anthony Gordon. Tonali again, just down the line to Anthony Gordon, who tries a turn and gets taken out by the Qarabag player. So it's a free kick. I think that was Silva who obstructed Anthony Gordon. Again, a great play from Anthony Gordon on the outside of his foot. And again, he beat Silva. Just wasn't quick enough with his body. Beat him with the ball, but not with his body.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things I want to ask you of this is, obviously, we've seen Woltemade. He's the most advanced player right now, but I don't think...
Harvey Barnes.
It's terrible from Barnes to try and find him, but he's won it back, Woltemade, actually. But does a performance like this kind of just show you that he needs to be playing a bit more advanced in the striker role and midfield? I know we're trying. It doesn't seem...
No, I mean, I've said all along, he's very much a hybrid player because he's got that element about, the vision element. So not always in the 9 zone, if you like, because I think he's not only good at delivering a shot at goal, but he's also got the eye to play the simple pass. We saw it with Murphy out of nowhere. He's got quick mindset. He's got very quick feet. And he's the type of player that can beat a low block offside trap. Again, we go back to that Murphy chance. And I think sometimes, where you play him, you have to have somebody with him. You've got to have somebody else occupying the back four, back three, helping you out, because unfortunately with Woltemade playing up top, as we've seen him, he's too big to get away from defenders.
Yeah.
And then when he comes deep to try and get involved, he hasn't got then the pace to get back into the box to be a supply. So you get two nulls from a good player. And you're absolutely right. I mean, he is a waste in midfield. But I think, where he's playing now, you see him playing closer to Wissa. I think this has always been Eddie's plan, is to get somebody closer to Wissa. Again, Dan Byrne trying to thread a ball that wasn't there. And there's a great ball there. But again, Ramsdale sees it and gathers that one. Kaschuk again running onto the ball. March the 10th, the 16 games, the round of 16 games starts. So that's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I think we find out who we play on Friday, don't we? We want a Chelsea or Barcelona, as the lads were mentioning earlier. So
yeah, one of them wanted one each, didn't they? That's going to be a tough tie if we've got to play both of them.
First leg Chelsea, second leg Barcelona.
Yeah. Are we home or away? Come on, let me know. I mean, listen, who would you prefer? I mean, to me, Chelsea would be the one that I'd fancy.
Yeah.
I mean, Barca over two legs. Again, I've seen Barca be absolutely instrumental, perfect playing. I mean, I saw them, against Real Madrid, and they were superb, absolutely excellent. But I've also seen them turn up and they weren't so good. I mean, I didn't think they were spectacular at our place, if I'm honest with you. Even though they ended up 2-1 winners, I didn't think they were, a great unit. And if it wasn't for two good goals by Rashford, I don't even think they'd have won that game.
Yeah, and even the first goal, it's a consequence of Fabian Schär getting the concussion, isn't it? Because Rashford gets away from him. But yeah, for me, it's Chelsea all day long. I'd love to see a game at the new camp. Just Newcastle play there, because I was 90s. Well, I don't remember the others. If I'm completely honest, I was a bit too young. So I'd love to see it now. But Chelsea, if you want to go through, you want to play Chelsea, because I think over two legs and what we've seen in the Prem, I think we do get the better of them. And I mentioned on the Premier League show, I'm not convinced about Rossini either. So I think we could have a really, really good round against them. But then, it's always about who you play next, isn't it? But
of course it is. Yeah, I mean, like I say, like Eddie Howe says, it's the Everton game next. That's what we've got to worry about. Yeah. Again, Woltemade dispossessed again, and Medina on a bit of a surge forward. Again, Adai with one of the substitutes that come on, again, trying to turn Tonali. Doesn't really get far. And Jacob Murphy, it was Willock, gets back and gets a tap on that one. And I think we could see another couple of substitutions here. Hey! Shahar! Jacob Murphy coming off. Birthday boy.
Yeah, I will say I wanted to see that 10 minutes earlier. But I understand you don't want to play if you can't play your fifth substitution in the 75th minute in case there's an injury, you're down to 10 men, etc. I mean, you could still, to be honest, let's be honest. But from a manager's point of view, I can see why he didn't. Good to see Leo Shahar on. Could have one of the few players that could have a bright future from the academy, in my opinion. Still not sure on the quality, but he's the one that everyone rants and raves about, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good footballing brain, if I'm honest with you. But like I say, it's the levels now, because you've got to be sharper. You've got to be a little bit quicker with the ball at your feet. And I think that's separate. I mean, because if it was that easy, you got to ask the question, why aren't players in League Two able to play in the Premier League? And it literally is about sharpness. I mean, obviously, it's about ability as well. But it is about the match brain, if I'm honest with you. But I've been so impressed with Alex Murphy, I must admit. He's played left back. He hadn't put a foot wrong. Playing left centre back now. still hasn't put a foot wrong. In my eyes, probably a man of the match.
Yeah, I was actually thinking just before there, it was when Ramsdale picked up the ball. I was like, is Ramsdale really our man of the match at home to Qarabag? And the only other person I could think of that could potentially be higher was Alex Murphy. The fact it's still a defender is pretty embarrassing, but he's played well. Ramsdale as well, despite conceding 2. But I think, yeah, you've got to give it to Alex Murphy, really, with the considerations, haven't you? Because he's played well.
Yeah, like I said, the lad has been sure of what he's had to do, and he's played it simple. He's played it safe, and he hasn't tried these silly balls. Nice play from Newcastle, this. Barnes again with that cross. Just doesn't come off for Harvey Barnes tonight. I don't know what it is with Harvey Barnes. He certainly hasn't come out smelling of roses in this one. Leaves it for Shahar.
Put it this way: if it was Harvey Barnes' performance as a winger that we'd seen from Alex Murphy, I think everyone would probably be saying, "Well, he's not going to play for us again." So it's been a rough spell for Barnes. He'll no doubt he'll get into form in a month's time or something, and he'll absolutely smash it. There's no doubt about that. But he is in a bit of a rough spell at the minute, isn't he?
He is. Willock picks the ball up again. Shahar had the opportunity to get a ball in and behind there, but Willock decides to give it to Hall inside. Tonali now sees Shahar in a good space.
Go on, kid.
But again, it's too late. And again, it's having the confidence to give the lad a go, I think, is the shout for me. And Tonali's not really bothered what number you wear, even though Shahar's 61. He doesn't look it. He still looks a young lad. Great little reverse pass there. Oh. And again, it was a lovely reverse pass from Anthony Gordon into Willock. And again, Medina is the body that's in front of the shot and gets deflected behind for a corner.
Yeah, it's a good block. Qarabag have defended pretty well since the second goal went in. Whether you can say that's down to Newcastle, I like to give credit to the underdog. So I'll say Qarabag have done well. But from a Newcastle perspective, you would have at least liked to have seen we kick on a little bit. Hopefully, we see against Everton, we've got a lot of energy still, and that we have just been going at 50, 60%. But good, as we say, good to see Murphy and Shahar get some minutes.
Oof.
Oh.
Yeah. 3 minutes of time added on, ladies and gentlemen. It's 90th minute now, and it's Newcastle 3, Qarabag 2 at St James's Park. And again, that was a ball deflected up onto Woltemade's head, I think. I think that's a goal kick. Yeah.
No. 3 minutes added on, as we were saying. So first bit of stoppage time we've seen in the game. There's plenty heading home. I can't imagine many of them have smiles on their face, but it is worth remembering. This will be the furthest we get in the Champions League. Up next, real test for Chelsea or Barcelona. So plenty to look forward to.
Absolutely. Well watched again. Shahar there did well to break up that attack, but again, it's fallen to Qarabag. They've got a chance from Kadhi, who was deflected just past Ramsdale's left diving hand there. And again, it was a deflection that took the ball away from Ramsdale, and he looked all over the place at first. And I thought that was going to be one of them that just, fall into the side netting or something silly.
Yeah, I was literally, as they're breaking, I'm sitting here going, please don't let them equalise. It'd be nice. Yeah. I think they're happy going away with a tight game, particularly after what happened at Anfield. So we'll take 2 wins. It still gets us I think it's the 2 million for a win that we'll get for winning the game in this stage. So it still gets to it, but we've done it in the least convincing way we possibly could.
Yeah, exactly. Shahar again now inside to Willock. Willock again with a bit of a dodgy pass to Tonali. I don't understand it. I really don't. Because Tonali's shouting for the ball, you don't have to give it him if there's a player in front of you. You know what I mean? You've got other options. I really sometimes worry why we give it to players just because they're shouting for the ball. Dan Burn goes back to Ramsdale, and Ramsdale is happy to give it back to Dan Burn, and Dan Burn's happy to give it to Ramsdale, and he was happier than I was, if I'm honest. Ball down the line towards Harvey Barnes, and again, just Shahar with a ball over the top, but that's straight out of play, trying to get Willock and Wisser on the run. Wisser literally has, I know he's only been on the field of play for 15 minutes or so, but again, struggling to get involved. And that worries me too, mate, because like I say, you always find a way as a player of quality to get into the ball. And is that just something of delivery problems? Is that something that we need to be better at? Oh dear.
Newcastle had a chance to get Wisser into the game there, but Harvey Barnes sort of falls as he crosses. For me, it seems to be a Newcastle problem rather than I want to say an individual player problem, because we struggle to get Wisser into the game, we struggle to get Woltemade into the game, we struggle to get Asula into the game. We struggle to get Gordon into the game at times, and that's four very different players. And let's be honest, they're not terrible players. They're not bad players. Asula is probably the worst of the lot from a football ability perspective. But we saw from Wisser at Brentford, there's a little scramble here. And I think it was
Bolton. Was that Dan Burn with the back heel?
Yeah.
And that's it. That's it. We're over.
All over.
Some will say thank God for that.
I will join them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I say, it was already done in the first game. If I'm honest with you, it wasn't something that wasn't we were struggling with, and we have made history. So well done, Newcastle. Like I say, going through eventually 9-3 on aggregate. Disappointing to concede 2 at St James's Park, I must admit. And you know, Cuffy's made a point in the chat there where he was saying, like, you know, Woltemade is getting a lot of stick. Even though he's playing out of position. Should we not give him a little bit more relief? And like I said, the only reason sometimes I mention him is because he tries to do something that doesn't need to do. You know, when your back's against in a defender, I don't think you don't have to keep trying to turn all the time. You know what I mean? You can just play the ball forward again, the way it's come. Even though you're playing back, and it's like some people say, well, that's negative football. I'd rather keep the ball than not. And like I say, Chris has literally just come on at the bottom of the screen and said, don't forget, lads, lassies, bairns, you are going to be joining Chris straight after we finished, which will be in a minute or two. So final thoughts before we go over to Chris and the post-match reaction. What's your thoughts, mate?
Let's be honest, it was a pretty poor game, and I think that's being generous from a Newcastle perspective. You couldn't have faulted Qarabag. You couldn't have been angry if Qarabag got a draw, but at the end of the day, it's one of those games where we could have lost 5-0 and still gone... Well, we could have lost 4-0, should I say, and still gone through. We didn't. We won. The 2 million's in the bag. Hopefully the players are a bit more rested than what they looked on the pitch, because they looked like they just ran the Great North Run at times. And you know, it still shows that even against poor opposition, Newcastle can't go into games with 60-70%, because we made them look really good at times. Maybe really good's a bit of an over-exaggeration, but we made them look better than what they are. Certainly better than what they looked in the first leg. But hey, we got through. Everton at the weekend. You beat Everton and no one cares about this game anymore.
Nobody cares. Well, nobody cares anyway. We was, like I say, 5 goals to the good, and it was always going to be a difficult shout. Before we disappear, Alex, thank you ever so much for joining us again. Thank you guys for your time and effort to be here with us and Toon. My question is it me, lucky living here 3,000 miles away from holy Newcastle, but in the sun, or is it you lot lucky to be there?
You've got the sun, but obviously I know you'd want to be a lot closer to Newcastle.
I'm going to say, would you
still a Geordie in my eyes?
Exactly. Would you not rather have a scarf around your neck to keep the chill away and watch the lads play at the roar of the SJP, which might not be there much longer? It is going to be an interesting forward thinking. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions with all your super chats and everything else. It's been very kind. Random, brilliant. Japadoni, again, gifty one. Queenie, Alex, like I've just said there, very good. And the lads that have jumped on board, if you could, don't forget to renew your membership. But it's a goodbye from him.
And it's a goodbye.
From him.
from him.
Exactly. Don't forget, join Chris straight after this one. He's going to do the post-match reaction. The Toon won 3-2. Not a convincing win, but there was a lot of changes. And they always say the points do get less when Newcastle make more than 2 changes in the team. See you on the next one. Take care, everybody.